Okay, should be live now. Hi there, Tara. Hi there, Tommy. Welcome, welcome. Okay. Let's get on in. Let me switch the source first. Hi there as well. Shiroi. Kamako. Welcome, welcome. Alright, we're just gonna get stuff done on the gacha server first, and then there's like some reacts and stuff to look at. And then there's other stuff we'll go after later. But yeah. So apparently as well, my AFK farming and crafting for the new wedges and Duet Night Abyss, the material costs are so high that I think my thing went broke. Fair enough. At least like Twitch like makes it easy to like see a translation of the handle. Because yeah. At least it makes it easy to see that. Which is handy. Right. Despite the other text there that shows up in sheep chat not being that way. So there's that. Man, there's like still a bunch of stuff I gotta do until before the end of the year, and it's only like what 5 days left, or 4 days left. Kind of crazy. How things have gone, but here we are at the end, near the end of the year. Yeah, like I mentioned, what was it the other day actually? I was thinking maybe like I make a video on like certain anime games or whatever coming out next year. I'll probably put up like what I'll put on the list or something. Because I think it'd be funny. It's like the things I'm gonna put on there. Because like so far I was like thinking about it, and I'm like, and let's say you put like 10 games on the list. I think like 4 of them so far are just indie games. Ooh, what you got? Oh yeah, I still need to finish doing I need to form anchor shifts on Warped. I'll probably do it tomorrow. Alright, let's see. Distorted, and then these ones. Oh, that's pretty nice. Yeah, which one? I'll look at it when we get to the warp server. Cause like I got like the expansion pack I got this week randomly was just like a tanky, was one for tanks. It was a tanky one. Yeah. But yeah, like there's like a list of games that I'm like thinking of putting there on that type of video I make. But I also still need to get like get the Enfield video figured out. I want to get that figured out and dealt with as well. And it's just like so little time before the end of the year. Right, I'm probably gonna like try to record a bunch of Enfield footage and then try to like make a script for a video. I don't know, maybe we could do that on stream tomorrow. Or something. Yeah, from the mentor store I got the one that drops the random healing orb when you take damage for the, I think it's the exoskeleton slot. And then I got one for tanks in the other one of the Varigear slots. But like yeah, I just have them equipped because having something equipped is better than having nothing equipped, right? Better to have something equipped than nothing at all. Yeah, it randomly drops the healing orb. It drops like the thing that like from 0. But you have to like go pick it up to get healing. I think you might have saw when I was doing Bygone yesterday. Like the random healing orb is just popping up. That's why. Because I had the expansion pack equipped. And then like I had the other expansion pack that that pulses damage. But like yeah. Yeah, if you were wondering where that was coming from, it's that. It literally just drops the thing that looks like it's from 0, and then you pick it up. And then you get some healing. Because like I wonder if like you noticed it, it's they're like, where's that coming from? And like yeah, cause like I wasn't using 0. But yeah, that's how that expansion pack works. It just drops it somewhere near you and then you go pick it up. It's handy in a pinch, cause Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Well, at least now you know how it looks. Right, it's just extra healing in a pinch. And because I think it's like a separate external type heal, I don't think it's affected by the healing nerf for DPS in other content. Right, it's just extra utility for survival. Alright, let's see. Armor guards, advanced combat mecha, distorted aberrance. Does my ult need anything? Mostly aberrance and turrets. Okay. Oh yeah, it does. It is. It's not like something super crazy, like obviously if you're about to die, it's not gonna save you. But like, it'll let you take an extra couple more hits. You know? Yeah. Especially for like the like some of the bygone stages when you're just being swarmed with mobs, or yeah, Valkyrie for Frontier Evolution, the solo one, or Frontier Vanguard. And then biochemical, if you're doing, it can also come in handy. Because you can also die in there. Right. Just any type of healing is good to have. But yeah, like, I kind of noticed, though, we were, like, messing around with it in Bygone yesterday. Grey Fox is bugged, too. Like, Grey Fox is bugged on the Warp server as well. It's not just Zeke with the bug. Grey Fox has it too, as a bug. Not Resonance, but rather Grey Fox has her collapse effect. So like, I think the strongest DPS setup in Warp server is just Leho, Grey Fox, Zeke. So basically it's this. Let me pull up Grey Fox's weapon here. We need a, you know how there's like the little clock thing on her discharge? What it is this. It apply, when you discharge onto it, you apply the reverse tide on targets. And, when the effect expires, or during that, right? Deals additional damage equal to 50% of the total damage taken during this period. And like, there is a damage cap on here, but... So here's the funny part. I think the reason why Zeke is bugged is partly because of how Tencent converted the things over for global values. And I think there's the same thing with Grey Fox, because hers is like a bit weird. And basically, I think it's hard-coded onto their weapons. The Zeke resonance buff, that's why it triggers. Same with this. Because Zeke doesn't have flame resonance and stuff on CN. This is like a special, different physical flame resonance buff that is for some reason like it doesn't exist on CN, but I think they accidentally hard-coded it in, and I think when they changed the value of this thing on Grey Fox, it also ended up being somewhat hard-coded into her kit. So like, I would notice that like after a bit, like I would get like this very big tick of damage. I'm thinking it just does the full amount because there's no way you're doing this amount of damage to even get to the 1,000 times your attack over the duration, because damage numbers and everything are way lower on Warp server. Obviously that's not the case on the Gacha server and everything, because of like all the weird, crazy and bizarre damage modifiers we have, but like those don't exist on Warp. So like I would get like these weird big ticks. I don't even think it's baked into any level. This is on her A6. But it seems to just be there. When I was like fighting some bosses in Bygone, I would notice it would tick, and I was like trying it on something as a on something, and then it was like I was getting these weird ticks. Like these, like the boss HP bar would spike randomly, and it's not like after I hit 1,000 weapon charge. So like, it seems to be like, for some reason it's just triggering that. I wonder if Yanuo is also bugged, because Yanuo has something similar as well. Let me pull it up on Yanuo. Yanuo has something as well. But it's like a lot more awkward to trigger. Maybe it's not on here, but yeah. It's with the ice core detonation thingy. you can get it to like explode and deal a bunch of damage. It's a lot weaker than the Gray Fox one, but yeah. It's only 30% equal. Oh, I capped that modifier there, but and it can only be triggered once every 30 seconds. Hi, Skyry. Skyroll. Or welcome. But yeah. So like, I wonder if that is also a thing for Yanua with her thing there, but I haven't really paid attention to what Yanua does on the Warp server. Because for some reason, it seems to be triggering on Gray Fox on Warped. And because it does, if that is the case, and if it actually does work that way, then you like actually Gray Fox is better than Antoria in that slot. If that is the case. Which is kind of funny. Right, because like you would think, okay, sure, probably use Antoria or whatever. The last one, third one, good general buffer and everything. But like the big damage spike, it's a pretty big burst of damage. And like it's more than enough to just outdo the value from Antoria's buff. And like you still get some other buffs from using Gray Fox anyways, and the extra background damage ticks. Though you also get background damage ticks from Antoria, so either way, it's still good. But like, it seems like it's just a little bit stronger. Just a little bit. Which is neat in its own way. But yeah. Alright, let's get on in. But like, it is funny how like the spaghetti code and it's just like left in there if that is the case. Right, a funny spaghetti code. Or you could probably feed someone with that spaghetti code. That said though, it is harder to like make use of. Right. It is going to like be harder to make use of. And like I think I know the reason why like people didn't really notice it is because like it's a bit delayed to play the frost rotation and get the thing to really pop off. But yeah, I get it. But I think you can also like abuse it with Helene a lot more really effectively too if you're really careful with like setting it up. Because like the thing is you still need to discharge into Gray Fox every time to get the actual debuff applied. But you also need to make sure you have the stack so you can like do the big parts of Helene's skill and everything. And get everything lined up. It's not as easy to manipulate and abuse as the as it is on Levo, but is what you can do for like a burst damage in the shorter term for the Levo setup. But either way, it should be pretty strong. On to the next one. Oh yeah, I still need to do Void Abyss on here. Alright, let me just do one more join up. What even is this season's Void Abyss? Oh, there's Xingqiang here. Extra frost damage, takes extra fizz. Okay. Oh, the Tao Tai one's gonna be pain. I'm gonna need to like actually get a group for that. Yeah, this is the one where like you grab a bunch of buffs before you go in, get more buffs after you go in. They had like a bunch of like rainbow buffs, but like the rainbow buffs aren't like that great anymore because nobody uses them. Alright, let's see. Earlier on, it's like actually better to just grab a buff you don't want and then sell it. Because it's cheaper than hitting the reroll button for some of these. Yeah, it is quite something. Alright, don't have spot for that. Perfect super boost. I think I'll get rid of Electron Halo first. To grab that one. Fuck, Heart of Thorns is good. It's just like trying to get everything to fit in the slots. It's difficult. Right, then you have like the option to go and get more buffs and stuff to shove in. So like I'm gonna need to get these done at some point. Is the game even alive enough to do it? Maybe. If not, they'll just do it tomorrow. Surely there's more people on Saturday. Let me go do another join up because it's a nice, quick and easy one. Actually, I could probably just like go and do most of it now, and then like do the rest of it like after we get Lana, then we can like mess around with Lana on the thing next week. Because I guess there's that approach too. But yeah. There we go. That's dead. And what? In a few days, we have a bunch of pulls ready for a thing. Hi there, Avina Sharks. Welcome, welcome. Right, I have like over 300 pulls for character and matrices. We're more than ready for Lana. Right, like how many exactly do we have? Right, 398. Plus 348. Plus that's 1,025 pulls. Yeah, it's pretty cool. We're gonna go back on the warp server real quick. In a bit. Just finishing stuff on this server first. If you're gonna like, everyone on warp server is starting fresh. The stuff on the warp server is handled a lot differently. Some stuff plays differently as well. Like, it has its own different meta and everything. There's different game modes and some content works a little bit differently on the warp server. It's definitely plays a lot more into the multiplayer aspect of the game. So if you're interested in that stuff, definitely just check out the warp server. There's also like a whole like trading system and economy there, so you can get a lot more things dealt with and messed around that way if you're into that type of stuff. Alright, let's go on to the warp server now. Which one? What do you mean the free pull shards? You just do the content and the stuff. And there's like events and whatever to grab them too. What do you mean the free pull? Oh, you mean for the warp server? You have to go kill a bunch of world bosses and then they drop. You need to have 100 of them to then craft the ticket. Give me a sec, I'll show you the item. I already have every weapon on the warp server, so like the button is gone from me. Because there's nothing else for me to get. Until they add more weapons on the warp server, which I don't expect to see until April. I think it's April or something. Because it's a 6-month-long season. Yeah, until April 13th. I don't expect to see more weapons added to the warp server. But like basically killing world bosses, you can get like 3 or 4 of them to drop when you force open or open the chest. You can farm up to 50 shards a day, and if you have 100 shards, you just click fuse, and then you get a ticket to use. And like you'll have like a little thing here, a button that you can click on there to like draw for a weapon. There's like 2 batches of weapons. Once you get everything in the first batch, you can then get weapons in the second batch. That's pretty much how it works. But yeah, like that's pretty much how. Let's see, what else? What do we want to get done right now? Yeah, I do want to do join ops and stuff. I want to get my dust farm dealt with. Yeah, I already managed to get all the premium ore. So I just need like the dust so I can get my gear enhanced. So like I can't get any more premium ore this week. So I have to wait until next week to make everything plus 30. And that should give me a nice boost in stats as well. Wait, actually, Evolution Vanguard. Not Evolution Vanguard, Evolution Frontier. If I can get Evolution Frontier done, I can get my gear up. Yeah, if I can get a group for Evolution Frontier. So, they're kinda like... So it's the same content, but two different types of ways of playing. Right? So the regular server gets all the content ahead of time, all the newer content and everything first. You have the weapons and stuff like from newer units that are available. Warp server won't get anything added until the next season. The gacha server there is a lot more casual focus in that sense. There is no player economy and everything there. Like, you can buy, sell, and trade your items with other players here. And you can, like, basically endlessly farm everything here. You can't really do that on the gacha server. It really depends on what how you kind of want to play. Right? Because, like, yeah, you will see, like, newer stuff on the gacha server and everything first. However, in terms of, like, cosmetics and stuff like that, because of the economy and stuff like that, you can buy and sell and trade all sorts of things with other players. And go around and deal with things that way. You can even get, like, skins and mounts and stuff like that you may not have been able to get on the gacha server as easily here as well. But yeah. You're not dropping those shards. So, like, the thing is on the gacha server, right? You're going to have to, like, pull for the stuff that you want to get, right? So you're gonna have to gacha for that and get the stuff that way. So, like, you'll have that type of system there. It really depends on how you want to play and what you want to do. There's a lot more stuff here that's built around multiplayer content and other player interaction on the Warp server. And that group just filled up really quickly, of course. So there's that as well to consider. It really depends on how you want to play and what you want to deal with. Oh, that person has cooking. Okay, let me get my dailies and stuff done first then. But, like, yeah, it just really depends on how you want to play and how you want to do things. It's a lot easier to get caught up with other players on the Warp server than it is on the Gacha server. Because, like, you can actually farm and grind your way to get caught up. Which you can't really do on the Gacha server if that was what you're into. But it really depends on what, how, and why you want to play the game or what you want to do there. So, like, pull currency is what? One gacha pull is 150 dark crystals. It's basically, you get 350 from your weeklies here. Your crew, every week you get another 150 dark crystals, from the crew tab here, right? You get that every week. Other than that, there's like monthly modes and whatever events and stuff are around. Right? You don't really have, the regular dark crystals and stuff for pull currency and exploration outside of Asperia and Artificial Island. Like, supply pods only give you dark crystals in Asperia and Artificial Island. But you do have, like, pulls and pull currency put in all sorts of other places on the map, all over the place. Right. Standard banner stuff, you never use premium currency on that because, well... you get standard banner gacha pulls, like, every day for free. And you get literally thousands of them in exploration. You can literally get thousands of standard banner pulls there. So, like, you would never use them in that setup, but yeah. A lot of the weapons and units do play a little bit differently on the warp server compared to the gacha server. Like, a lot of them, like, just straight up function differently. Yes. So, like, after about a year or so, the stuff gets added to standard banner. Outside of altered weapons, they do eventually get added to standard banner. The only ones that will never be on standard banner is Asuka and Rei, as well as every altered weapon. Those are the only ones that will never hit standard banner. Everything else is fair game. But, like, it's in order one at a time. Okay, I need to just kill armor guards. And then heavy armor guards. Okay. So, like, yeah, eventually you can get all sorts of units that way. And there are some units on the gacha server that do not exist on warp server. There's actually a good handful of units that do not exist on warp server. Though I assume we're gonna see them in the next in the next season of the warp server in April next year. Yeah, hi there, Uxum. Just like, yeah, the game does add older stuff to standard banner over time. Yes, you can in theory, yes. Keep in mind though, you can't play with people on the warp server if you're on the gacha server. And you're effectively playing a different game, despite the client being the same. There are gameplay differences between kits, between servers. But again, like, at the end of the day, it depends on what you want to do. And what your goals and everything are. Because, like, yeah. There is a lot of pull currency. In terms of, like, regular pull currency economy, like, there isn't anything locked behind endgame content in terms of pull currency. Unlike some other gacha games out there, they don't lock anything. Like, the difference between someone who spends, you know, thousands of dollars in whales on the gacha server versus a free-to-play, in terms of free currency income or, like, what rewards they get from playing, is the same. Right? So, like, climbing Bygone or all the other modes in the gacha server isn't going to be any different than not doing it at all. Isn't really going to be any different. Much like how this stuff is on the warp server. Right. The only thing you get from doing the harder content in ToF is better access to better gear. That much is the same on both servers. So like at the end of the day, it like depends on what you want to do. That said, more of the player base is on the Warp server right now. So if you wanted like something that's more active and more interaction with other players, the Warp server is generally the better server for that. Because that's kind of where everyone is right now. Alright, let's see. Yeah, it will take some time, pretty much. That said, the gacha servers, the gearing stuff on the gacha server is far more complicated than it is on the Warp server. It is. It is far more complicated and confusing. A lot of things got exaggerated because of that, because people don't know how to compare to make proper comparisons. And like, or understand just how varied and how different gearing can be. Because it is quite the mess, gearing on the gacha server. It is quite the mess. Oh, but yeah. What was it that I was looking for? Yeah, I don't want to like quite continue the story stuff yet. Until we get to the part where we can go to Kylo. Because I'm trying to like take advantage of certain things first. But we don't really need to do exploration stuff here. I have not been doing that, no. I haven't even like been using my keys. I've been hoarding. But also like I bought like an expansion pack before and like dumped a bunch. I don't know, I've just been like a lot more casual, like not really doing that much. Because I've been like doing stuff all over the place. That's part of why I don't have that many universal crystals. I haven't really been doing much to sell some of the stuff in there. But I also haven't been like farming and grinding certain things as much. But yeah. You have to like play for a bit until you unlock the item to draw for more weapons. You have to like play the story for like an hour and then you unlock the ability to get more. That's why. Yeah, so like you get you have to play for a bit and then you get a thing to get more every day. And yeah, you can farm the shards to get them faster. But you also just straight up get another weapon pull every single day. Eventually you'll get everything. It's just that like, it'll take time. It takes like 3 weeks. Well, if you're actively farming, it takes just a little bit over 2 weeks. Otherwise, it's gonna take a bit over 3 weeks to get everything. That said, like, anything that's new or gets added to the gacha server, you won't see it for a while. Because they're not gonna add anything mid-season. Yeah, fair enough. Right? Play for what you want, right? Play for what you want, play for what you like. End of the day, it's your time. You might as well spend the time doing something you like. Okay, why haven't someone say XD? Okay, what the hell? Wait, did someone die or something? What happened to the zoo? Oh, only evolve modules. I need to meet purples. I'm like starving to get more purple modules, man. They're so scarce. I need me some purples. I wonder if I should just like eventually just start grabbing all the supply pods and stuff here. But yeah, like also like I'm not really, treating the Orb server all that crazy right now until I get the what? Until the what's clan transfers and stuff. That's when I get to like focus on a thing a lot more. But I get to at least learn a lot about how things work and are just here. In the meantime. But yeah. Right, because it's like, I have way more stuff on my actual, like, gacha server account. Especially in terms of cosmetics. And it's like, it's a lot more of a pain to go get those again. So I kind of want to see how things would be if I just transfer those over and everything. Instead. Well, on here, it's like I can at least learn and experiment and figure things out here. As they go. So like, yeah, there's that aspect to it. I wonder if like anyone managed to glitch their way into Kylo yet. Probably not. Yeah, because like a lot of us just have so much stuff on the gacha server. Especially for like some of the mounts and everything too. Like in my case too, I have like every single car mount. The monster truck and the 3 other car mount variants. Including the 2-seater one. And can you imagine trying to like get those here? To like try and get those again here. And then like I have so many other like outfits and everything too. I also have like a bunch of like the world boss special like rare cosmetic drops as well, which you can't really get here on the warp server the same way. Well, it does exist. You're not gonna like get them in the same way. Shit, where's the last orb for the thing here? probably. To like fix the stuff with the DX version, I probably would if I wanted to replay it again. The DX version is part of why like things like people have thought there was like a rough transition to 3D or whatever with some of the changes in the DX version and the ports for Adventure 2. So probably I'd look into like getting mods to fix that. Though honestly though, like with Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2, I only like playing the Sonic stages, let's be real. And with Adventure 2, the Shadow stages as well. You know, for those that like them, the other stages are nice and all, but the fun one, the main reason you play is for the Sonic stages. Right, but you know, not everyone's there to go have Big the Cat fishing gameplay or whatever. Let's just do what? Join up? Yeah, let's go do a join ops. Here, I'll just do a join up and then I'll do the other thing after. I got random blueprints again. Why do I keep getting like blueprint drops, man? Kinda weird. Oh yeah, that's right. Speaking of like rail grinding stuff, not rail grinding, Sonic Adventure Terra. Yeah, I remember you mentioned you like which was it? Which game was it that you said you really like the rail grinding of? Let me pull something up after that I saw. Oh, we triggered the thing. Nice. Just like I'll pull it up after. And it's dead. Nice. Right, and I got the belt. Okay. Neat. I finally got a belt to drop. A yellow belt. Neat, neat, neat. And I can claim that. Ooh, got a chest drop. We'll keep that there. Alright, let's see. But I hate like the red font here because it makes it so hard to read the text. The red on this like dark thing there makes it so hard to read. The number. If only they didn't like choose a red thing there. Okay, so like as soon as like we get the reset then, I can get this box. Cool. And then there's all that other stuff. What's the resonance thingy? The 3 random equipment stats reach a resonance level 2. What is that? Okay, so it's this stuff. So like you kind of needed to like hit a specific value then. And then I'll get a bonus there. Okay. But I think that's gonna be much later on when we have gear later on in the season. Uh, okay, cool. Is there anything else I wanted to check out here? Yeah, if I can get like Evo Frontier done, that'd be nice. Like the Valk one. Alright, it'd be nice if I can get like the Valk Evo Frontier done. I don't know. Or maybe it'd be better to just ask tomorrow. Because then like more people should be available on like a Saturday. Might as well see if I can open up any of the rest of the machines there. Yeah, I'll eventually get that cleaned out. Oh, I need to eventually do that one as well. Up over here. Oh yeah, there's a Maroria missions here I can do. For some stuff as well. Oh yeah, I think like some people, someone's like sent me some stuff to like look at for reacts that we can look at now. Let me get the browser loaded up. Alright, cool. Yeah, someone sent this thing here. It is ToF or something, yeah, it is. And then there's this thing as well that I was sent. Let's go look at, let's go see this one first.
Exactly 7 days ago, I started the journey of trying out the most hated game of gacha community and their beloved content creators. I tried the Tower of Fantasy.
Okay.
Yes,
Alright.
this is the same game that started out with good hype, but ended up stabbing itself with tons of bugs, faulty mechanics, and a monetization system that was so bad that even gacha community hated it. Like, imagine that, right? But recently something strange happened. Tencent handed publishing back to Perfect World Games. And then this most hated gacha game released its warp servers. This time, they decided to give back players exactly what they want. No gacha, no pity, no gambling. Just the open world MMO server where you can do whatever you feel like doing.
Okay.
Yet, the hate for this game never stopped.
ToF released their brand new Warp server, and it is not doing too well. On the contrary, it's been a cataclysmic failure. The game, minus the gacha, is still a shit game.
I used to think removing gacha from any gacha game would instantly make it a better game, but you have to do it in the right way, and Tower Fantasy, in my opinion, did it probably the worst way possible.
Cataclysmic failure.
All the content
Okay.
creators were hating it like it's their job
Yep.
to do so, with no substantial reason on why the hate. That made me curious. That made me ask one question. Is this game actually bad, or is just getting the hate for what it was and not for what it is right now? So I decided to find out. And to get complete experience of the game, I had to give it a try for 1 week, playing completely free to play and trying my absolute best to grind as much as I can.
Okay.
As I was starting 1 month late to the party in Warp servers, I didn't have much hope on it. I was skeptical, to be honest. And considering all the videos I saw from the big gacha content creators, I assumed the game might be dead by now. Bad, this experience would expose it. But to my surprise, what I experienced in the next 7 days blows my mind.
Okay. What did you see? Right, might as well see
Story.
from the
Let's start
outsider.
with the story.
From the
The story
outside.
is skippable, which was the best thing for a certified story skipper like me. And I skipped through entirely and rushed my way to the highest level possible, which is a perfect way of how I like to grind. But for people who like story, this might not be the best game for it. Quests are structured to introduce system, regions, and mechanics instead of locking you into an endless and unbearable dialogue, right? It's not the main reason you play the game, but it gives enough context to make the world feel intentional instead of feeling it like empty inside, you know? Open world. This is where I
Okay.
was genuinely surprised. The open world isn't flat or stamina gated. There are 5 different regions, and all regions felt really different from each other. You're expected to climb, glide, jetpack, and chain movement from all your weapons that you can use to reach certain places where people without those weapons cannot reach so efficiently like you just did, right? Instead of waiting for stamina bar to refill, I was actually navigating the environment using relics, weapon, momentum, and everything was smooth and structured like it was. How easily you explore the map depends on the weapon you get. Exploration felt mechanical, not passive. There are grassland, deserts, floating island, underwater experience, cyberpunk cities, robotically teched up cities, and this is not yet complete because I have not explored all the regions myself in these 7 days. There are still way more regions to explore. I'm completely baffled right now.
Okay.
MMO experience. This is something I expected to struggle starting late, but in Asia servers at least, I found parties instantly for world bosses, group activities, co-op activities. Matchmaking is quick, roles matter more in higher level content, and teamwork actually affects success. This
Yeah.
isn't a solo gacha with co-op slapped on it. It's a MMO first, with gacha roots that are now mostly gone. There are always tons of content to explore, and there are always players recruiting other players for all this content. There are tons of active guilds that are doing content together, and you can join one of these guilds pretty easily. I joined one of the guild, and they were forcing to do a lot of content with a newbie like me. I didn't know what to do, but they helped me through it. They pushed me through it. The community is really good, surprisingly, and it's a lot of fun to be a part of that community. Cosmetics. This part surprised me the most. Cosmetics aren't locked behind a cash shop only. You can grind outfits, mounts, visual effects, anything you want, you can grind for it. All through gameplay. It takes time, yes, but it's possible. And that alone changes how rewarding the grind feels. Like you're flexing effort, not spending. You can grind a cosmetic that other people are spending money upon, and it will make you feel like you have achieved something when you get that skin or when you get that swimsuit, whatever you want, you know. Weapons and gear progression. There are
Okay.
around 47 weapons for you to unlock, divided in 2 banners, where you get 1 weapon every day just from logging in, and 1 weapon every 2 days from grinding world bosses. And every weapon feels completely different from each other. Although there are some weapons that are considered meta weapons, which are better than others, but it's not like that without those weapons you are completely bricked by your progression, right? You can still progress with any weapon you like. Like for example, I have not completed my first banner yet, and all the meta weapons are in the second banner. But I still can complete all type of content with the help of random recruitment parties. The gear progression on the other hand feels smooth too. The biggest bottleneck for a free-to-play is gold. But that also can be farmed just by grinding. Life
Yeah.
skills. It's true that it's not an MMO without a good old life skill, right? And I absolutely love the tamer life skill profession
Yeah,
in this
we-
game. Not
we
only
got
it's
someone
the
who likes
most
tamer.
profitable one, but it's
That's
one of the
crazy.
most fun one that I get to try out. Who doesn't love a good old taming system where you explore the open world and find unique creatures to make them your pet and then battle with them? Or you can also slash them for their meat. The choice is all yours. Haven't had much time to explore other professions, but I ended up spending way too many hours trying to catch all different creatures that I can, and I had a blast battling with them. It's so fun. Final verdict: is it really that bad? After one full week of hardcore free-to-play grinding, no. It's not perfect, it has its flaws, but it's far from the disaster people are claiming it to be. War servers might actually be the best version of this game that has ever been in all its lifetime. And most of the hate, it's coming from the people who haven't tried it out in years. They are just based on assumptions. So if you're someone who wants to give it a try but ended up being manipulated by all the hates that's surrounding the war servers, I recommend you to give it a try and see how it feels. At the end of the day, I would say it's a definite 6 out of 10 in Kaya's rating, and I'm gonna put it in my recommendation to give it a try and fuck around and find out how it is, you know?
Okay.
I will see you on the next one. Peace out, boys.
And there we go. Yeah, if not for the MMO-ish nature and combat system of the game, they play it more. We really had an unfortunate occasion with some guy spamming with the Call of Union prompt you can't turn off. Yeah. Wait, that setting doesn't work. You can block people still. If that's the case. I don't know where they noticed that part, but okay. They used to think multiplayer was bad with it, but then somehow everything that came after, it became even less than it. Okay. Mainly because of the sticks, yep. Didn't help us. At some point was noticeable. Sure. They didn't believe sticks and Brexit propaganda. They're like the commies of Gotcha Game, of course. Yep. Alright then. As for the overhate, there's recent drama suspicious about Black Campaign, which is crazy, yep. People are talking about that one. It talks about the thing, 4-year-old drama resurfaces. Exactly, it talks about the topic. Okay. Bruh. It plays it, the final trial, even in normal mode, requires whales or else ultra tryhard shit. What do you mean whales? I don't know about whales, man. I was doing freaking thing with a bunch of free-to-plays in final trial. We were able to do it. It's just very hard earlier on because we were undergeared. Sure, it's impossible to get it early on when you don't have everything upgraded. But like, they have so much time to do it. They don't have to rush it. It's not like he's gonna lose out on the things and it's gonna go away. But yeah, they see in the internet are lazy. It's because influencers want more money and fame like usual. They do yapping, they forget they're human too, and they belittle all the stuff here. Especially the power group, slow down. Yep, it's pretty much talking about that part. He's talking about using a green screen there. They think, yeah, let's be real. People still think the Earth is flat. What the fuck is this shit? It is a glitchy game, yeah. It is. It is a unique game for what it is. So, like, even if you were to, like, stop or whatever, it's not like you have an alternative or, like, anything else to go to. It is very unique for what it is. There's nothing else quite like it. Okay, we got that one. Sam here. What's this one? The problem with making honest reviews. And I think we'll save this for when we get to a different section later. We'll save that one. But yeah, like I was thinking of just like, I guess I'll like pull up like some trailers or whatever. I can go over it. Because like I mentioned the other day, I'm just like, maybe I'll make like a video list of like other games I'll probably like put on to play on the list next year. For like anime games or whatever. And I remembered like there's like a bunch of them that were really interesting that you guys probably didn't even know of exist. So I guess I might as well like put some of them up so you can see them. And I think it goes like as well with if Tara's still here. She like when she was talking about the Sonic thing earlier. I think this first one I think I'll put up. Let's see. This one was like pretty sick. That I was like gonna put on there. Do they have like another reveal trailer or wait? Like this was one of them. Because it's like some weird ass like freaking train thing. But yeah, hi Shonen Manga Protagonist. We just saw the video you sent earlier. We just finished reacting to it. But like yeah. I think it'd be funny. It's like, let me just like, I posted the thing on this Discord here before. Where's the thing of like what I would put on a list? Right, so like here, if I was like, wonder if best anime games coming 2026, and I was like thinking of just putting this one on here. Like we all know about Code Vein 2. Yeah, we just saw that one, but then there's like these other ones. That went in here, like obviously there's this stuff. Like East 10 already came out a year ago. I'll put honorable mention East 10 Proud Nordics because it's just an enhanced version with new content. But yeah. But like it's cool that like Persona 4 is like finally getting like a re-release remake thing. Right? Like that's coming sometime next year. This is like the funny part, like I just put this thing in there, but yeah. I think like one of them was this game. Right, I don't know if you guys seen this one before. But it's this. It's like this weird, like you got this freaking rail grinding train. Right, it's just like this. This like platformer game. Alright, like this one is like one of them I would put on the list. I don't know, it looks like it'd be a lot of fun. Right, he's like just doing a random ass skateboard tricks or whatever on the side too. Because funny train. Alright, like that was like one of them. I'll probably like make a script or whatever at some point for the video. Alright, that one's like spring. You've been on point, yeah. Wait, really? It says over 1,000 now? Wait, actually? Or is it just because of stream VODs? Oh, it's 1.3 here. But like, it's all VODs. They're all stream VODs. Yeah, lots and lots of stream VODs for like most of it. Right. But yeah. Like that's like one of them that I put on the list. I'll probably like put some like clickbait title there. Well, we obviously know this one. Right, this thing obviously, this one's like, my tray is the the superhero one. This one's like different. Let me see if I can find it on the Steam page. Right here. Then there's like this one. This is like a hack and slash, like you fight like hordes of enemies and shit type game. In like a city and everything. It's a cool one like that. And they have like a bunch of characters. Like half of the list is like what? And I probably put like, which one? This one, this one, this one, and then this one. Like almost half the list is just indie games. Like now that I look back at it. It's like another one of these. Could be cool. They have like different combos and whatever. I don't know. Right. I think this one's gonna be like the really interesting one though. But like I have no idea when it's coming. All I know is it's coming next year. And they had like a playtest not too long ago that I didn't even notice about. But like it's this one. Right. But yeah, maybe I'll probably like make that into a video or something. I don't know. I need to get like my I need to like work on my Enfield review video though. I get that script on and everything. Maybe like we'll like write it up on stream tomorrow or something. I don't know. Maybe. What was the other thing I wanted to do here? If only they would like not have that scuffed. Okay, and then I also need to get like anchor shift and everything done. And then damn. It's already like the 27th, man. Almost 2026 soon. Right, almost 2026. Crazy. Yeah, they have some of those there, but like, it's not enough of these in there. How far have people gotten in Bygone now? I'm curious. Less than a week, yeah. It's crazy. Less than a week. But it's at over 5,000 achievements. That's crazy. Crazy. Oh yeah, there are like people at like 110, 114. Damn. Look at all the sweats. I'm only at 80. Crazy. Alright, lots of sweats here. What's Bra using? Oh damn, he's at 41.6k CS. Damn. He's really been on top of everything. Crazy. Is it 12, 10, 10? Okay, he's using that setup. Interesting. Crazy though. He probably has like a full set of expansion packs already. On like every slot. That's my guess. I wouldn't be surprised. Alright, we'll get everything to 30, yeah. He was like a big whale back on the gacha server a long time ago. But yeah. Surprised he didn't whale his weapons to plus 15. Surprised he didn't do that, but yes. And there's all the exploration stuff there. Alright, and then those modules and everything. Yeah, let's go get the thing done then. But yeah, like, even like one of the games that I put in there, apparently there's like a character that will just freaking close your game if you annoy her on the title screen, which is kind of cool. Right. No, I think it'd be funny though. It's like people see this. There's like the only one that's a live service. I put that one in there, and then and then this was funny. Because someone eventually asked about Enfield. I'm like, they kind of rushed it and stuff or whatever. I think it was on Mr. Cake's server. What do you mean switch servers in the same region? If they're in the same region, they're all in the same server. Just under a different label. The fuck is this? About the woo, a must pull fallacy. Pull our brick. To the fuck. I just never pull it all and then I never touch the shitty endgame. Problem solved. Wait, Asia 2? What? I'm confused. Oh, are you talking about PlayStation servers? I don't know. I don't know how this stuff works for the PlayStation servers. So, like, let me open up the thing again, the server list. So, like, the way the server list is like this, right? North America, for example, everyone in this thing here, they can play with each other regardless of where they are. I guess it's by region group. I'm assuming it is. As long as they're in the same region group, they should all be together. Right, these are the Korean servers. Southeast Asia is that one. For PlayStation. South America, this is all the groups there. Other Southeast Asia one is there. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like as long as they're in the same group, Warp server is obviously per region separate. I don't know exactly how PlayStation has this stuff set up. I've never touched or played the PlayStation version. No, is it even for PlayStation? Because like I don't know about the PlayStation servers. Because they said Asia 2, Asia 1. So like I don't know. Right. Because like this is how our stuff is on here. Yeah, I got all these servers. I have no idea how the PlayStation servers are handled. Because I'm assuming you're talking about PlayStation servers. Yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming yes. You just can't play with the other older servers that are like before PlayStation servers. Because they haven't grouped up the PlayStation servers with the North America, Asia, or the Europe servers. For the gacha servers there. But yeah. What the hell, male can't use a bike? What? Damn. That is funny. It just had dude because he's blind. Hell. Grown man rants about this. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Funny stuff at Mr. Cake server sometimes. But yeah, wasn't. Oh, this is Snowbreak figures. Wait, I still have to like give them my information to mail me my stuff for Snowbreak. Yeah, someone was like, "What about Enfield?" I'm like, I only like the factory in Enfield. The rest of the game is a weird mess. Which is true. I only like the factory in Enfield. Damn, that looks bad's gonna get all of the figures. Crazy. Good luck for him. That's gonna be quite pricey. Right. We'll go back to our reacts. We'll go look at this when we're grinding Dwight Knight Abyss. Because the Dwight Knight Abyss grind is a bit thing. I need to farm a bunch of the coin. So I have to like spam Mystic Maze because I'm broke trying to craft the new wedges. Alright, let's get Snowbreak stuff done real quick. Really? Oh yeah, I still need to do my 3 chase missions. No, that's not efficient. Only 120k? No, I can get like 1,000,000 from a 10-minute Mystic Maze. That's like nothing. 120k coins is not enough, man. I can't even upgrade. I can't even craft one wedge with that much. The new wedges cost like 200k. Plus I have another like other material costs on top and all the other stuff. Because you have to craft another wedge to go craft it into the other wedge. And then like that, the second step is like insane. So you go broke really, really fast. That is not efficient. Doing chase for that. Just do Mystic Maze. Why are people even farming chase outside of just getting the thing? Right, you just do it for like the bounty. The weekly bounty or whatever. 3 weekly bounty runs. I don't see why you would farm it past that. Doesn't seem like an efficient thing. Yeah, it's not that efficient though. Like if you're talking about like all those other material drops, I get a lot of those from other things too. Because I AFK macro farm some stuff. Unless it gives me like a stupid amount of Carmine globules, which it doesn't give enough for me to really consider it for the amount of effort it takes. Like unless it like gives like a stupid amount of Carmine globules and Luna mementos, which it doesn't. Just over here.
What's going on?
But yeah. Like it doesn't give enough of the resources for me to like want to bother. Because it takes way too much effort to do chase. That I would rather do something else than farm that. Okay, I forget how this game works. Is this just the matching one? Right, she's wrong, so then she has to take the punishment. Yep. Okay, we need to get the flame card. Bam. Alright, now we go drink. Well, I already got... We grinded for that thing like way back when that was added. We just need to get the mission done. We did our wishes there. Oh wait, I have to do the other thing first. Oh, now I can do the minigame. Oh, I wasted my time doing that minigame. Alright, now I'll do it. She lost. Okay, cool. Now we can decorate the tree. Wait, where's the tree? Oh, it's all over there. And then we just gotta wait a couple more days to get all that stuff unlocked. Alright, and then we'll eventually get all the things here. Oh, I don't even have any of those left to do. Cool. Okay, so I guess you just like put. Oh, if there's like a different thing on a different row, you can't put all of them. Okay. And that'll be there for a month. Cool. Alright. Oh, what else do we need to get done then? So we have 11 days to get this done. Oh, here. I need to get one more of these done. For the week thing there. The weekly mission thing. Mm-hmm. I still need one more in the match, but I'm pretty sure it's just gonna be a bot. Right, I feel like it's just like faking this because like no one's actually matching, and then I'm gonna be in a match with just 14 bots. Like it's always that way. I get the feeling.
To the Heimdall operational optimization test. Adjutant.
Okay, we'll see.
Correlated by the hands.
Yep, those are definitely bots. With movement like that, it's obviously that they're bots.
2, 1. Optimization test sequence initiated. Hands, commence optimization of corrupted data. Bam! Loot drop. Grab it fast. Survivor code uploaded. All heroes been enhanced. Move out.
Bro, the bots are so dumb.
Bam! Loot drop. Grab it fast. Run complete. Test executed perfectly.
It's like if I'm gonna get like 14 bots, it's faster like this. If I'm gonna get just a bunch of bots, because then I can just convert all of them and then win easy. Alright. Eventually we'll get that to level 40. What else here? Right, is that not really available yet? How much more time do I gotta fill? Okay. We're technically done with the snowbreak portion then. But yeah, I need to get like chase and stuff done and do I need a vessel, I'll go do that. Alright, let's go switch over. Because we're done with that, and we can look at that other react after as well. Alright, we'll get that done. Alright, let's get it switched on over. Just waiting for Duet to open up properly. There we go. It takes a while for it to open up, man. It takes a while. Alright, let's get on in. Let's get loaded on in. But yeah, like the foraging cost for this stuff is pretty crazy. Right, gotta get another wings inspo volition there crafted. Then I did get 2 more volitions crafted as well.
The best part of life is the adventure.
So that I can eventually get the wings inspo volition to +10. Right, I gotta get all this stuff like built up and maxed out. Gotta get all of it.
Of a river of life.
Free from the cocoon.
Stay away from me!
Don't panic. We're fox hunters.
Let's get these done.
They must have sent you here. Thank you. Let's get.
Those drifting towards the misty sea shall find solace in her embrace, borne upon the rains of renewal.
Yeah, I got the music that was playing earlier playing again.
The river of life.
Here we go.
Tourniquet for hemorrhage.
Stay away from me.
Don't panic. We're fox hunters.
Let's head on over.
Oh, I got it. They must have sent you here. Thank you. Let's get out.
Those drifting towards the misty sea shall find solace in her embrace, borne upon the rains of renewal to merge. I stand watch upon the shore of the river of life.
Look, it's up ahead. Remember to avoid the patrollers. If they activate the alarm, our target will be in danger. For the peace that will come one day.
Damn, isn't the last one?
Stay away from me.
Don't panic. We're fox hunters. We're here to save you.
Alright, let's get to the exit.
Oh, I got it. They must have sent you here. Thank you. Let's get out of here now.
Alright, what do we got here?
Those drifting towards the misty sea shall find solace in her embrace, borne upon the.
Mm-hmm. Alright, let's see.
Target today. The butterflies just fluttered over with an invitation. It told me there's a midsummer ball in the woods full of violet tricolor.
Oh shit, I need a lot of coins to get that upgrade. This shit's expensive. Yeah, that'll get this to 150% sanity and 40% skill efficiency. Damn. And then that'll be at +9, and that'll be 80% skill damage. Crazy. We'll do Mystic Maze first. I gotta do like so many of these runs, man.
Upon the shore of the river of life.
Alright, let's see. More skill damage there. Alright, let's see what we get in this one. Here, I'll take the skill efficiency. Easy. Alright, let's see what we get here. Yeah, I'm missing one more seal, then I'll have a full set. I think that if I get like the last one, I'll get like it'll be the first time I get the full set in here. Now let's see. I'll take the Glimmerfly. Okay. At the trigger probability. Get the skill ignoring defense one. Definitely want to take that one. And then I'll go grab that. Next one. So now I have even more skill damage. Alright, now we get even more damage there. Damn, it still won't give me like the last type of thing. That's unfortunate. Oh. Would have been cool to get the thing to just give me a bunch.
All verdicts meet your demise within these chains.
Night comes to be. Be still. 'Tis my guide.
The law shall recount your crimes.
As every river returns to the
Meet your demise within these chains. No escape from the Inferno's grasp.
Be still. 'Tis my guide.
Meet your demise within these chains.
Night comes to dawn. Samsara's pulse.
Oh, she's dead. Not the best run, but not the worst run ever. Cool. And then I'll just dump all that there because I need all of those. Oh shit, I don't have enough Siren's Wings in Spo. Oh, I need a bunch of these as well. These things are so costly to craft, man. For like the centerpiece. Because I need to make a bunch of track shift modules.
Who's the target today?
The butterflies just fluttered over with an invitation. It told me there's a midsummer ball in the woods full of violet tricolor.
Like, it just goes away so quickly, the amount of coins to just try to get these crafted. It needs an insane amount. It's gonna be like 90% when it's fully maxed. For the skill damage. Because that's kind of crazy if it is. Yeah, like, it's gonna be actually kind of crazy. Wait, what the hell's this? Oh, you can, like, select the things now? Oh, that's nice. But wait, where'd you get Fox Hunter's Kanto?
Who's the target today?
The butterflies just fluttered over with an invitation. It told me there's a midsummer ball in the woods full of violet tricolor.
Alright, let's just go put the things in here. Where's Rhythm? Do I just do that? I don't even know what's good to like put there. I guess I can just put that. That way Rhythm gets skill range. Yeah. I'll have to like sort through the weapons. I just gave her the skill range weapon.
What? The first match is starting
I see.
already? Let me see. Our first task is to eliminate
I can like fix that and figure that out later.
team. But we've no idea where the others are hiding. Let's look around for clues. We know where their star player is hiding. Let's go defeat. I mean, eliminate them. Blossom like flowers. The next round seems to be a territory battle. Let's hurry over.
Yeah, but really high like resolve stat and stuff now. Cause like the wedges are like super jacked up.
For a life ablaze.
Drive them out of the designated zone. Victory will surely belong to us. Shapes the best.
the hell? Why can't they shoot?
Fate of the Legion rests on you.
Decay will burn in the sunshine.
Okay, sometimes the game is just bored and it won't let me shoot, but I enter her mode. Yeah.
Stop. Guess it's time to get serious. Even though lost, there's still next round. We still have a chance.
Finally, the third match! Quick, to the prize chest! We can't let it's starting now! Snatch the keys back from these guys and unlock the final treasure chest!
Oh, you can just teleport to the objective now? Okay.
Blossom like flowers.
Oh, that's like a nice little change.
One lock open! Keep it up! We can get the rest too!
What the hell is going on with this key?
Blossom like flowers.
Why is the key stuck there? That is so silly.
For the glory of the Legion. Advance!
But yeah, like the new wedges make it even like harder to lose your freaking sanity. Because you get even more skill efficiency. Wait, was that the video we saw earlier?
For a new key into the arena!
Was he the one that made that video we saw earlier? But then, why is freaking Reddit, man? That it somehow started a war? That's crazy. Let me see if I can pull it up. Was it this video? We reacted to this earlier, just just about an hour ago. Well, not quite an hour ago, but yeah. Damn, it's his video. That's crazy. And it somehow started a war? The hell is up with people? Bruh. The fuck is up with people that they started a war over it? Freaking Reddit, man.
Let's go. To corners of the world I've never seen. Wait, what? The first match is starting already? Let me see. Our first task is to eliminate the star player of the fourth Shikens team. But we've no idea where the others are hiding. Let's look around for clues.
Yeah. People are just freaking Pepega, man.
We know where their star player is hiding. Let's go defeat. I mean, eliminate them. The next round seems to be a territory battle. Let's hurry over. Break free from the cocoon.
Night comes. Sunflowers pulse.
But where's player one? They're like so far away. Did they like not load in yet?
Drive them out of the designated zone. Victory will surely belong to us. Chiefs the best.
Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, they have like good catch up though.
The pride of the Legion
I6.
rests on you.
She has the new wedges at level 9 already. I'm like, I need to like get the freaking wedges maxed out, but like, I'm constantly going broke because the new wedges are expensive to craft.
Even though we lost, there's still next round. We still have a chance.
Finally, the third match. Quick, to the prize chest. We can't let anyone else grab it.
I'll show the build after. I have a bunch of stuff built, man.
Starting
What do you think I've been using in the immersive theater?
unlock the final treasure chest.
Heretics! How dare you covet treasures bestowed by the gods? Ready to face divine wrath?
And like, what do you think we were like farming last stream? We farmed all the blueprints last stream for the new wedges. I just need to craft them now. Most of my stuff is just again like AFK farming, man. Android emulator seems to be working again, so
One lock open. Keep it up. We can get the
Go, devout followers! Pluck the fruit of victory in its name!
Drive them out of the designated zone. Victory will surely belong to us. Chiefs the best.
alright, I got the last key. Bruh.
chest is
fuck? I'm not even at the chest yet. He's like, I went over to get the other key. What do you mean I2? I don't know. This is about an I2 nerf. I haven't like been paying attention to some of the stuff. My main concern was just getting the thing farmed and some of the other stuff like farmed up, whatever. The new wedges are a pain to craft. They are far more annoying than the other stuff, than the older wedges. If I'm gonna be honest. They're like a big pan.
Let's go to corners of the world I've never seen. Wait, what? The first match is starting already? Let me see. Our first task is to eliminate the star player of the Forest Chicken team. But we've no idea where the others are hiding. Let's look around for clues.
Wait, what does her I2 even do? Because I have her I6, so I don't know what her I don't even remember what her I2 does.
I mean, eliminate them.
Oh, that!
Round seems to be a territory.
Oh yeah, those things that like fly around.
Over.
Yeah, it's kind of, its own mess. I think it depends though, like, it's not as big of a deal when you have her other stuff upgraded and like a bunch of wedges. So you can just spam the skill, but like, it's not great either to knock them back. But like, it's not a big deal if you just one-shot everything.
Drive them out of the designated zone. Victory will surely belong to us. Chiefs the...
It doesn't matter if you like nuke them down really quickly.
The pride of the Legion rests on you.
Really?
This stuff. Guess it's time to get serious. Even though lost, there's still next round. We still have a chance.
Finally, the third match. Quick, to the prize.
I don't know.
We can't let anyone else grab.
I didn't use her when I won. I only used her like after I maxed her.
Starting now. Some like
They just keep making shit for Psyche and just Psyche alone for some reason, man.
Get up! We can get the rest too!
It's weird. But honestly, I think it depends on where you're gonna use Psyche realistically. Because honestly, like if I'm gonna care about like needing things grouped and stuff like that, for that type of content, I'm not using Psyche anyways. Like in the future, it's like I wouldn't use Psyche for it, for that type of content. That's like not the place I would use Psyche.
Glory of the Legion. Advance!
The chest is open! Yay! We won! This journey will be etched in my heart forever.
What's this Fox Hunter's Canto about? Do we just get that all the time now? Do you get it every run, or is it just for the 3 runs a week? Just for the 3 runs a week? Okay. Well, that's better than nothing, I guess. Yeah, I saw the store. That's like that's a nice new addition at least. So you can at least target something you don't have, or that you're working on.
Who's the target today?
The butterflies just fluttered over with an invitation.
Yeah, this is
Told me there's a
that's 9.
full of
This is at
trick-
plus 10. These are there. Right? The middle one is at plus 9. Wait, look at my freaking resolve stat. Is at 33%. But like I need to farm a bunch of other shit before I can start like crafting some of the other things. But yeah, like I ended up finding out that expulsion's like the best thing for farming certain stuff. Time to farm expulsion. But expulsion is faster than dismantle with the right setup. If you have the right setup, it's faster than dismantle sometimes. Specifically when you get the tile set, the tile set when you're in the platform in the middle of the map, and they're just like and the things just come around you. It's a little bit faster than walking up to the thing to start it and then hitting the things. It's a little bit faster. This one, this tile set, this is the one you want. Like when it's this one, this is the expulsion is the fastest with rhythm because it hits like everything where they spawn. Like it'll just keep chaining and stuff. They just keep spiking up. It's slightly faster. Yeah, probably even faster on mobile. Like once you have your stuff built up a decent amount, like expulsion ends up being better. So like I don't even care about dismantle anymore because expulsion is a little bit faster. And you can like more semi-AFK expulsion unlike dismantle. So you can be even lazier. Alright, there was like another react we'll look at. The forced positivity. Yeah, less APM required, which is nice.
You know, the year's ending soon, so I want to take a nice little moment and just make a relaxing and fun video as a capstone to this year. Just something to where we can sit by the fire and enjoy ourselves in chill discussion.
Okay.
However, when it came to choosing what idea I wanted to pursue for my final video this year, I decided to choose the one about the problem with reviewing games, and I feel like that's a discussion which maybe isn't the most chill one out there. So, I think, you and me, let's make a pact right now. We're here to chill. It's cold as hell outside. This topic isn't one anyone's gotta raise pitchforks over. Maybe torches though, it's a little cold. I just want to talk about this topic because I think it's interesting to discuss. Really, end of the day, that's just the main reason. I mean, I was about to make this video back before Enfield's second beta dropped because a lot of the discussion surrounded the state of the game at that point. But I ended up not doing that because I got the most horrific sore throat ever and I sounded like I was downing 20 packs a day. So I decided that since a lot of people are already genuinely shocked I'm 23, it's best not to make a video where I sound like a 70-year-old with black lung. So even though it may not be the most jolly of topics, I don't care. We'll make it to be. Here's a stock PNG of a Christmas hat. There we go. That's jolly enough. But I actually do wish to talk about problems I've been seeing more and more with reviewing games, because I feel like as I've been doing it more...
I mean, like, that's the thing, right, with the Enfield reviews and the stuff you see from people. With the way they handled it for some of the people they invited in or sponsored in or whatever, their experience with the Enfield beta is, like, very far removed from just if you played the Enfield beta normally. Because of how things got handled. And how basically everyone on that side, they got like a basically pre-made account with a bunch of stuff already set up.
And as I've looked at other reviews, I sort of wanted to talk about what I've been seeing pop up, as I feel like some parts of it are affecting my own reviews, and other parts are affecting reviews in general. Now, in the past, I have made a video similar to this with Limbus, and I'll talk about it more later, but this topic is different to that because the Limbus vid was focused more on the community aspect of it, and this is more any game, any community, just stuff that happens with reviewing games. However, more from the lens of my perspective as a content creator who makes these reviews. But most importantly, I do want to clarify again, I ain't out here to try to be the head of a movement, bro. Like, do not treat this topic as if I'm trying to make a sweeping change in how reviews on YouTube are done or viewed, because I'm gonna give it a spoiler, bro. There's a lot of just, it is how it is. That is that, this is this. I ain't talking about this topic to be on the beaches of Normandy, bro. I'm talking about it because I think it's just interesting and it's been on my mind. Like, we ain't out here trying to win the Battle of Waterloo, bro. It's the day after Christmas. I am here to relax. But with that being said, I think there's two main reasons why reviewing games honestly for videos can be a bit difficult and why people may start opting in for more heavily sanitized reviews. One is backlash to negative reviews, making people opt in for more positive ones, and two is people blindly taking an opinion they've heard about something and just running with that as if it's the sole truth about a game or a movie or whatever. Honestly, kind of two different sides of it. One is people attacking the messenger for criticism, and the other is what happens when people blindly follow the messenger of the criticism. Now, with that being said, I do want to clarify that those points I brought up were oversimplifications of the problems. The actual truth is there's a lot more nuance, and the rest of this video is me talking about the nuance. But before talking about it, I got a contractual obligation. In case you don't know, Stellar Sora is a light action fantasy RPG designed in a top-down format
got a sponsor
that is
there?
available to play on iOS, Android, and PC. Now, the reason I'm talking about it is because the game's got an event coming up on the 22nd that lasts until January 12th. It's called Radiant Messenger Holy Night Spirit. It's Christmas themed, in case that wasn't obvious. The event's gonna have a new exclusive 5-star character, Snowish Laru, who serves as a versatile, aka she can serve as a DPS and or a support. She can do either single damage or AoE, it's dependent on the build players choose, and the event's going to come with login rewards over the course of 21 days, which gives out free pulls, limited character, and disc banner pulls included. Now, aside from the event, the game also has a roguelike mode you can play as well. With a squad of 3, you can choose random perks for your characters as you travel throughout the tower to beat it. This is in addition to the game's story mode and new game modes where you can talk with your companions and forge bonds. Now, in the description of this video, you can find a redemption code for more rewards in the game and a link to try out Stellar Sora. Now, to explain the first point, I feel like a lot of people still believe being overly negative about something like a game is a way to get a popular video. So it results in people thinking negative reviews are just attention seeking, to where I've seen reviews that have well thought out criticisms completely dismissed as like, bro just wanted a popular video. And I'm not gonna lie, that shit is far from the case, with an asterisk. I think if someone wanted to make a video purely for views, for sweet clout, especially for views that help boost other metrics like subscribers or whatever, deadass, I think people are more likely to opt in for just glazing the hell out of a game. I'm not even kidding. Straight up, coming out here to say the game as the second coming of Christ, then targeting that video to the fan base of that game, that is honestly so much better for views than negative stuff to a kind of depressing point. Glazing shit is the meta. Because the thing is with YouTube is that it prioritizes people watching the video for a good amount of time. So if someone stays watching a video for 10 minutes, YouTube's happier with that than if someone stayed watching it for 2 minutes. If I made a video saying, just for an example, Uma Musume is a dog shit game nobody cares about, do you think a fan of Uma Musume is going to spend more time watching a video that makes them mad, or spend more time watching a video saying it's goated? Which, I mean, to be fair, yeah, it kind of is goated. But in my experience, most of the time with negative reviews, people are more likely to just watch a minute of it, dislike it, and bounce, rather than actually stay and take in what the review has to say. And then over the course of the video gets spread around, and people saying they hate it, it pulls in even more likely cases of viewers coming in, dropping a dislike, and leaving. But in cases where there's videos praising the hell out of people's favorite game, they're more likely to listen for a while. So the metric side of things incentivizes a sort of hyper-positivity about games, because they'll help more in the algorithm. Now, again, I need to specify this isn't the case for every little thing. There's nuance, but if I sit here and explain it all, we'll be here for 80 minutes, dog. And I'm not gonna lie, in a lot of cases, it kind of just depends. Just know that more than likely being incredibly positive about something usually ends up in a better performing video. Times where I'd say you could be negative about something and have that pop off is if your negativity feeds into someone's biases. Like if I can say, to just throw out an example, I don't want to say no fucking fandom wars, that Wuthering Waves is trash because Genshin Impact absolutely mogs it. The video can do good if Genshin fans are the one tuning into it, because I'm being negative but propping up something else which is overall positive. Though, with that being said, I'm not here to say every positive review about something is inherently faked, especially when the topic is something that's popular. I think when a game is really popular, there's gotta be something to like about it, so being positive about it isn't a stretch. Like for example, to go back to it, me personally, I don't care too much for Genshin. I don't think it's terrible, I just don't have any desire to really keep logging in and playing it for myself. but I think the game does a great job of just being relaxing. Like the atmosphere and how they tie it into events and stories and minigames does a great job at just being chill. So even though overall I'm not too insane about it, I'd probably rate it like a 7 out of 10, which for my ratings means it's a good game. Might be able to hit up a 7.5 depending on how much I like Fontaine's story because I get to read it. But if I talked about it through the lens of a chill game, I'd really have nothing but positive things to say. Which I just want to clarify because I don't want people to think any positive review is inherently a psyop to get money. Some people are just really positive. Though for me, I never make a video being really positive about something if I feel like that game didn't earn it. There's been popular games I played for videos and just decided to cut me talking about playing those games out because all I had to say was, bro, I didn't like this. I ain't gonna waste my time lying about liking something, and I also ain't gonna have a segment saying I didn't fuck with something and nothing else added to the table.
He doesn't want to
And
lie
what
about
puts
it
more weight
liking
on the
something?
case
Okay,
that cause
cool.
the reviews generally being more favored over negative ones is the backlash people get in negative reviews, which, to put it simply, you're gonna get interesting comments. Like in my DNA review, where I was mostly positive about the game, I showed that I played a bit of Warframe and showed the time of 250 hours. Some people then proceeded to leave comments saying I haven't even gone to play the true game of Warframe, and that I probably don't even have Steel Path unlocked yet. You unlock it by beating every mission on the star chart. And the thing is, bro, I used footage of me clearing shit in Steel Path for the video. Hell, let me do it again for this video. You can see it plainly. I'm one-shotting these motherfuckers. It's almost as if 250 hours is actually a significant amount of time, and you can make a semi-competent build within that span of time. And the only reason I'm not done the full star chart on Steel Path yet is because I'm too lazy to, but that's the thing. At times, making a review feels like you're in a room with, okay, this may be a little harsh, but you're in a room with 5,000 different Redditors ready to actually you. Like, I didn't think I would need to clarify I unlocked and can do Steel Path after 250 hours, but to some people, apparently I did, and apparently the footage of me doing it wasn't enough. So it gets to the point where reviews can really end up feeling like this. Hey guys, I played this game and the combat was goated. That shit was gas. They popped off with it. The video does well, everyone is happy. Or the other reality. Hey guys, I played this game and the combat didn't hit for me. Now with me saying that, I don't mean it's horrific. I don't mean it's Satan reincarnated within our corporeal realm, trapped within these systems to make the worst abomination imaginable. I just, personally, think the combat has the potential to be really good, but some things hold it back, like the builds not being too in-depth, and the enemies being simple. But if those problems could be addressed, I think it'll be really good because they pop off in every other aspect. And then, you're gonna get a comment saying, okay, so you thought the combat was dog shit. Bro, oh my god, fucking pancakes and waffles. I feel like since people get very attached to what they love, any negative criticism against it feels like an attack to them specifically, rather than viewing what that criticism is about as a product on its own. Which leads to people viewing criticism about something not as a discussion on how to improve it, but as an argument they need to win at any means necessary. Because if the criticism is correct, then what they love loses value, which causes a lot of gotcha moments to happen in the video unless you somehow word it like it's a bulletproof PhD-driven scientific thesis. And even then, if you could somehow do that, you're just gonna get backlash by people who don't watch the entire video or hear what you have to say, don't internalize anything, and just don't understand what you said, so they get mad at you for fanfic they made up in their mind about what they thought you said. And this backlash reinforces that forced positivity, even in cases where the criticism you got to say might just be something people really like. For example, my Limbus video, where I talked about Limbus Company and the various times I've seen people get jumped for critiques they had to say about the game. One example, to give the tone of that video, was someone who made a record low turn count for a refraction railway in Limbus. It's pretty much the hardest content in the game. Then when they said they disliked how RNG heavy Limbus gameplay can be, they were jumped by people hating on them for saying that. The point of the video was that when there is such a degree of toxic positivity in the community where having an opinion that breaks away from the mold ends up in you getting harassed, despite having the clearest credentials to judge the gameplay, we get to a point where it's hard for the game to improve because everyone is trying to say it's perfect in its current state. And you know what the reaction was to that video? People hated me as a person for what I said in it. Hell, I'm pretty sure there was even an entire thread on Reddit that got a couple of 100 comments with a good amount of them hating on me and misrepresenting my points. They did not take the criticisms I had about the game in that state and deconstructed that. They instead ignored what I said and attacked me as a person. But to be clear, not every comment was like that. Some people were saying the video was fine, but the title was bad. I agree, I'm terrible at making titles. At first I thought it was good and it still represented my stance well, but looking back on it, it wasn't the best, so I'm glad I went to change that shit. but there were some people really hating me for the points of change I suggested in that video. But you wanna know what I think was a good outcome for that video? Some of the criticisms I had in it were, Limbus has about 50 employees working on it. We need more. The game has dead months of content. We need more content. Preferably permanent content so FOMO isn't a thing, and the game has had, after 2 years, 2 new game modes added to it. Mirror Dungeons, which are roguelites, and Luxcavations, which are just farming stages. Now the response to that was, for the few people who didn't just attack my character, was that it's fine to have 50 people only working on the game. It having dead months is actually good because people don't feel overwhelmed with content, and we don't need more game modes. But you want to know what Limbus did after that video? The CEO said on a live stream they're looking into hiring more people. The game hasn't had a dead month ever since Kanto 8 dropped until just now, which maybe technically isn't a dead month because we're getting Kanto 9 right at the end of this month. But content has dropped much more frequently, and a recent event, Spring Cultivation, added a new game mode in the way of a semi-trainer sim, pretty much a nice little minigame, and guess what? People fucking loved it. They loved the new game mode. They liked PM saying they'll get more people, and the content has been incredibly fucking steady. Guess what? The changes for it were good, but around the time I made that video, people were hating on me for it, and those same people are enjoying what the game ended up doing. Not to mention that I bar for bar said something like a weekly mode where you can fight bosses would be kinda chill. Then the CEO of the company a few weeks ago was like, hey, we're thinking of adding in a mode where you can fight a really strong boss once every 2 to 4 weeks. Like, bro, come on. Now, am I saying I'm responsible for any of this? No, not in the slightest.
I mean, like, if they're gonna say that, that means they were already working on it.
Because I imagine a lot of these choices were put into effect long before I released that video, as game companies usually operate with working on content months before it releases. And especially with hiring employees, because they plan to do that heavily with the new building they're making, so I can guarantee that shit was planned out for a while. It just so happens that what I asked for in that video coincided with the actual changes PM was already preparing to implement. And for the boss fighting mode, what I suggested was a little different, because even though it's the same in the sense of a challenging fight you can do every couple of weeks, I was thinking more of a boss rush of like some few fights, but theirs is sounding like one big one. But I like that video because even though I don't think it changed the game, I think it's a really solid example of why criticism shouldn't be shunned. Because a lot of the responses to that video were calling my suggestions stupid or unrealistic. Well, it's now very real and planned to happen. Which is why I think fighting against criticism like you're in a crusade is just childish. You'll see what people gotta say, hear them out, discuss what those points are. And the thing is, from that video, I can say the complete other side of the spectrum kinda sucks as well, where you're seen as a figurehead for criticism. Now, remember when I said this video was gonna be about EnVtuber originally? Yeah, I can't deny, it's still the best example of this point. But I also don't want to dive too much into that specifically and make this video purely about the discourse and drama because A, it detracts from the greater point of the video, and B, I think a lot of the problems like discourse and such aren't appearing as much as they did before the second CBT. I mean, I've still seen some bad apples, but I'm not going to zoom in on them and say the entire orchard is rotten. Though it's still a perfect example for games I feel confident talking about because it was sort of a perfect storm. In case you don't know, EnVtuber is a game that's yet to launch. It's going to drop in a month. Kinda feels weird saying that, actually, but it's only had closed beta tests so far, not any open ones. This caused a storm in which EnVtuber was a game following up on a beloved IP, and a lot of fans for that IP really wanted it to be perfect. But they couldn't play the game to experience it themselves, so the only way a lot of people got to experience the game was from others' playthroughs, first impressions, and reviews. Now, honestly, that's a pretty valid way to get a feel for the game. Take in a source you trust, hear what they have to say, and find out how that personally relates to you. And if it all sounds good, then the state of the game in that beta sounds like a good one. And I would say a good chunk of people who checked out reviews were like this. But some of the responses I saw as a byproduct of criticism were people taking in that criticism like it's gospel and the game needs to follow it, or the exact opposite. It's something they hate, and so therefore if the game follows it, it'll be ruined. Now for pretense, I think my take when it comes to criticism is one not a lot of people share. I personally think so long as the criticism that is being given out about something is not misinformed, I believe it's valid. Now, with that being said, are there times I hear criticism about something that may be factually correct, but it causes me to scratch my head? Most definitely. Like for example, for regular Arknights, I've heard the take time and time again that some people just can't get into it because the chibis for combat look stupid. Now to me, I find it a bit off because I mean, I'm not gonna lie, most of the time I don't even think about it. I'm just focused on clearing the stage really. I notice the animations for moves, but for the most part, the chibis aren't even like the 10th thing I'm thinking about in a stage. But if that's someone's personal reason for not being able to throw themselves into the combat, I think it's fair. So long as they've actually tried the combat and know it's just a them thing, then I'd personally just suggest Path to Nowhere for them because it doesn't have that problem. But the main reason why I'm able to accept that criticism, even though yeah, it does sound kind of stupid, is what I said. They gave it a shot, but they themselves weren't feeling it. However, if we take an example of a game where a lot of people are saying criticisms for it without ever actually having played the game and fighting or getting into arguments for that criticism, that's where a problem arises. Because that's what a review can unfortunately spiral into, even if the creator of it desperately wants that to not be the case. As there are times where criticism can be pretty cut and dry. Think like in Limbus. 99% of people said the pacing with the stages in Canto 4 was ass, because it was. And then some years later, PM decided to go back and X a number of stages in it. Everyone cheered, pretty much. But then I'm not gonna lie, there are times where it depends. Either personal preference taking hold, or predictions about how systems in a game will unfold, and worry about the state of the game from that. But at the end of the day, they're just predictions. And the problem with taking criticisms like their gospel is that you really need to discuss the strength of a criticism to get value out of it. To put it simply, sometimes people get, I hate this goddamn term, influenced.
Okay, I'm thinking influenced,
I don't think
sure.
checking out a review and thinking about the points to find out if you agree with them or not is a bad thing. I think it's a bad thing when people take criticisms of something, either from what they heard or their own, and just don't engage in discussions about that criticism, just instead treat it as a truth that everyone should share or they're stupid. For criticisms to have any merit and reason for existing, I think healthy discussion about why they are valid or not needs to be had, unless of course it's a personal thing. Like, I don't fuck too heavy with the gameplay in Fire Emblem games. I like them, I like the concept of them, but every time I've gone to play one, I just end up getting burnt out of the gameplay. I don't know what to say. And I ain't here to discuss or defend that point. That shit is purely a me thing and a problem I got. It ain't a fault of the games, they're beloved for a reason, it's just a personal thing. But when criticisms exist that originate from opinions are made to be this huge sweeping thing that everyone is at each other's throats for, we start missing the plot. People stop debating and improving the criticism over time, which should be the case, and instead just use it as fuel to be mad at each other. Which, it's good that people are listening to criticism existing that something can be bad, but if you take that criticism and use it as an example of this thing is bad and don't ever take in any counters towards that, it creates a problem. And then for the content creator side of things, it makes an unfortunate scenario where content creators end up as vehicles where a certain subsection of people get their thoughts from. And there's no way to really stop that. You can make a video with 1,000 words as pretext saying, don't copy my opinion, and the top comment is gonna be, thanks for the video, I have my opinion now. That's why in a lot of my reviews, even if overall I don't think it's really negative, I'll try to have a segment in saying like, hey, guys, try out this game for yourself, because I don't want a situation to arise where I played a game and didn't like it, and then people immediately think they'll hate it because they heard one review saying it was bad, when they may end up liking it. But there's also the sides where if you do give out criticism, people think you're actively trying to kill whatever game it is. So then they get even more mad at you from that. And then I see cases where people parrot an opinion they heard about the game without playing it for themselves to understand if that's even a criticism that is factual or one they hold. For example, taking it back to Enfield, when blueprints were announced, some people really hated it because they felt like it took away the complexity of the base builder system and might just give cause for Hypergrip to abandon that system. And the thing is, that criticism is fair as fuck. But then some people said it's a sign of Hypergrip abandoning their vision for the game. Like we all knew what that was. When in reality, almost 2 years ago in the tech...
I mean, for me, it's more like, I feel like they don't even know what their vision is. With like how disjointed some of the systems are. Not that they abandoned their vision, but I feel like they're not even completely sure what their vision even is. I don't know. Having stamina systems and then like the factory thing with its own time gate is just kind of weird. But then having it so you can't interact and do stuff in combat, when a lot of the other parts of the game is interacting and like building and all that stuff, it's just kind of weird.
Test for the game. One of the surveys outright asked if it's something players want to see. Here's my old ass video talking about it. Even aside from guides, the survey brought up the option of being able to apply user uploaded blueprints. I don't know if they'll do that, but fuck, I would love to see it. And like, I don't know, man, to ask that question 2 years ago, shit, maybe it was a part of their vision, maybe just a little. And that's part of the pipeline. One person says something, others hear it, spread it, it spirals and becomes a truth, even though it may have never been correct to begin with. Or if it was correct, It's more of a personal outlook. Now again, in the case of Enfield, can't really blame people too much, just outright people have not had the ability to play the game, but then you see this shit happen in fully released games and it's just baffling. But if people only hear one voice of reference about something, some just view that one as the truth. And when it comes to very subjective opinions, if people hear that and defend it because they think it's correct without understanding why that opinion came to be, you shoot interesting discussion about something in the foot immediately. That's when tribalism and fanaticism and cannibalism, it's when all that starts taking place.
Okay.
Now, is there any way to fix it? Fuck no. The most I can try to do to stop this from happening in my community, because I think y'all are rather chill, is giving out a discretion on all my videos that my subjective opinions need to be viewed as just that, and disagreeing with them is fine. The most I can ask is that when I say something, you understand where that criticism is coming from, and hopefully I've done a good enough job of conveying it. Which, I'm not gonna lie, at times, I haven't. But the thing is, I know that ideal is kinda impossible. I've had videos where I spent a solid chunk speaking out against something and watched as some people just bar for bar did exactly what I spoke out against. I'm not gonna lie, some people just don't care. And I feel like this has influenced a lot on how I review stuff because I always try to say, this is in my opinion, unless it is something that I think is factually true. I try to say, in my opinion, X, Y, and Z, because I don't want people to just blindly take it as the truth. Now, both these points culminate in giving me the feeling that if you are a regular reviewer of games and stuff, you may just not want to give out gigantic criticisms about something, because if it really picks up, you can be seen as the head of a movement and changing a game or something, which, let me tell you, it can come with a lot of backlash. People will view that as attacking the game, and you could very well get harassment from it if your criticism has any holes in it. Hell, you can get fans of that game rating your comments, content creators of that game making videos calling you stupid, and then people will look at that and say, well, I mean, the review was bad, so this is a valid response. Yet, attacking someone's person for what they said about a game doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think you should just disagree with what they said. Like, if someone gives it a bad point, it's valid to say this is dumb because of these reasons. But if you take that and point it at the person saying it and start calling them a dumbass, it's a little much. But then the other reality is, if you make a video where a lot of people can agree with your criticism, sometimes people will run with that criticism without taking into account why you think that's the case. And you can be seen as the reason it's hated. Criticizing something is seen as attacking it, so others attack you for what you say. And if you aren't perfect in what you got to bring up, you're going to get a lot of shit for it. While the other reality is, you could just be overtly positive about something and the video performs much better and you only get a fraction of the shit, if at all. And it can create, and this isn't really by design, I think it just happens, forced positivity. That's sort of the problem I've been seeing as a reviewer. Where giving out honest thoughts can be like sticking your neck out and you need to put in 10 times more effort to make sure it's bulletproof. But whipping up some generic, this is amazing, video takes a lot less time and is so much better on the mental. And the thing is, this isn't like some grand conspiracy or something. It's just kind of how it goes. Like, if you're criticizing something, you should need to really think about what you're saying, and most importantly, how you're saying it. Like, that is a given. It's something you should do, especially when you're at a point of having a lot of influence. I think putting in a lot of effort in what you're saying and thinking about how that comes across is just like the bare minimum. And fans reacting in a negative way, that's just a human thing. It's just how it is. And being able to not deal with any of that and just chill with a good vibes video, of course, is just easier to do. That's why I said it's kind of just a it is what it is situation. I'd hope that people can generally chill on critiques of stuff they like, and also content creators can generally chill away from making very sensationalized videos when they do gotta do critiques of something, because that never helps. But end of the day, I know nothing can really be changed. I can only hope that after explaining all this, y'all were just interested in the topic. But that's all. Late Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays. I'll see y'all with streaming Kanto Ryoshu soon next year.
Okay, cool. Alright, we got rid of that one. That's another one off the list. Alright, let's get back to the farm here. Right, because I do want to get my rain wraith eventually to max as well.
Let's finish this quickly.
So back to AFK farming this thing. Not really AFK farming, but rather clicking on the next thing over and over again. And putting out.
Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
Alright, let's go do this one. Mm-hmm. Alright, at least we got like another react done. There's still more that I'll have to get done later. I just don't really feel like doing it now. But also it's like,
How much was it?
after the long ass stream we did yesterday, it's only a short one today. I just want to get like some of the more tedious stuff into EnVtuber that needs to be done a bit more manually.
That should be enough to teach 'em a
Well,
lesson.
done.
Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
Before I set it back to just more and more AFK farming. Yeah, I think I just need one more Reinx, and then I can make it. And then I have to get like all the other stuff that I can just semi-AFK farm or
I'll see if I can
full
find any
AFK farm.
salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
And to get that to its max.
Let's finish this quickly. I have tons
But yeah,
of chores
dismantle
waiting
seems to be like the way to go with
Because I
secret letters for me.
the enemies in this area. Easy peasy. Time to roll up our sleeves.
'Cause yeah, like it takes a little bit less
Alright,
effort.
That should be enough to teach 'em a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our
Oh wow, Outside already hit level 80. He was like level 70 yesterday. He's done more than enough AFK farming and leveled up.
I'll see if I can find any salvageable
Cool.
bits and bobs lying around.
Cool, cool, cool.
I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
So, this
On to the next one. Mm-hmm. You know, I'm kind of curious though, like that ToF post on Reddit. Did anything else happen to it? Alright, let's give it a look. The hate is unjustified. A lot of content creators hating on the game. Cool. Glad you're having fun. Welcome. Hate is justified to a degree. Alright then. They play on Steam, you can easily access it to play on Linux without a hassle, yeah. It makes it a lot easier to, if you're playing on Linux, to just use a Steam client. Because of the Proton stuff. Yeah, it's not justified, they don't understand anything. Alright, cool. Damn. Yes, there really some annoying bugs, but they love to leave things half-baked. But overall, it's still pretty fun, even after 3 years. There isn't any game-breaking bugs. Alright then. Damn, they're like, Genshin's like a 5. Not Genshin, Wu was like a 5 or a 6. Okay. Sure. The when it only shows a portion, playing on PC, the whole player belt, not the, yep. There's all that stuff there. They reached mostly positive at some point after the publisher change, and then people losing their account, I went back to negative. Oh yeah, because the account thing. That's his own mess there. It's unfortunate for both sides. Yeah, not your local data, not your property. Most review it just to farm hate and engagement, that's all. A good game doesn't always mean a fun game. If you actually enjoy playing it, even if it has some issues, you'll be happier with a game that you like than a game that everyone keeps saying is good. Exactly. Some players, not just gacha players, just like the CC boots whenever they tell when their favorite game is just whatever you and the CC you like to defend. And the game that you hate is never touched and told by that CC that is terrible. Yep, there's that aspect of it too. They don't get why people still believe CC like this these days. They're really incapable of thinking for themselves. Yeah. They really are just incapable of thinking for themselves. They are the incentive for CCs to keep spreading hate videos, yeah. They earn money from that, so they don't have to think twice. Yeah, and it's really sad that everyone knows it, but they still choose to be victims, letting their CC form the hate. Damn. Yeah, this usually happens. We release a new feature area game mode that's very innovative and fun at first in the industry. Haters, they still remember the issue 4 years ago, not related to the update. I mean, it's been like 4 years. Yep. Oh well. And they don't fix shit. I mean, they fix stuff occasionally. It's a bit hit or miss. Not even close to being the worst one in any case. The best or being annoying about how ToF is the greatest game ever made. Nah, we play, we talk shit, or we make fun. Exactly. We're not delusional. Like Genshin players or God forbid WoW players. Damn. 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 They call it about like that. That's crazy. Okay. A lot of CC hating the game is pretty much the trend. It's like only playing Monster and Genshin and basing your entire opinion on the game solely on that one region. If I only did that, I would have a more favorable opinion on Genshin. If this was the case for me. Because I actually liked Mondstadt. The rest of it, not so much. That's the irony there for me. Alright then. Yeah. They only covered it when it came to sponsorships and barely completing, Asperia. Sure, Asperia and Vera had a handful of hiccups, but overall the game got exceptionally better with each region / world release. It seemed like everyone and their mother swore this game was going to EOS, but it's still holding up. A strong, dedicated player base. Okay, cool. I've seen a lot of people praise Arcanate's Enfield for the ability to guarantee your character in 120 pulls. Just like 120 flame cores and ToF, but technically worse. A large majority of people really seem to get their opinions off of CCs instead of trying the game for themselves, making their own opinion, and this bias trend on how ToF bad is going to follow how whatever games they make. Yep. You cannot expect most people to play through Asperia having a positive experience playing the game. Mondstadt is mostly serviceable in that people would play through it to get to a better part of the game. We can't delusion ourselves into thinking that just because the game gets a good 100 hours later, people would slog through the bad part. ToF being an MMO should have made the player base know about how the famous saying from Josh Strafe is, if it takes 100 hours or 1,000 hours for a game to get good, that means the game has failed its players and it's objectively bad. Hating on the game back then is a trend, but there's no reason to still hate it nowadays. If a game fails to reach the mainstream audience after the game get good, then it'll only mean that Asperia is so fucking bad that people couldn't get through it, even if it with the infinite promise the current player base thing. That's why they let you skip it, but nobody gets that part. Yeah, here. The game has improved the jank, even the 4.0 release monologues are skipped. Ah yes, the 10-cent special. Goddamn, this is the freaking 10-cent special, man. It's not acceptable when people games like Lua. It had a rough 1.0, improves leaps and bounds. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, at its core, it's still the same garbage it was in 1.0, just with a new map. And a new set of horse to suck off the rover, so... Don't know about that, man. Yeah, they skipped the hated part, man. Well, it is what it is. Man, there's like, I don't even have another good thing there. Oh yeah, I need freaking need more coins and everything. So I can craft my rain rates and everything. Alright. You can't say WoW improved leaps and bounds with a straight face. It's still ToF 1.0 quality game at best, but with 10 times the... No, it's not. It's more than 10. It is way more than 10 times the budget. It's more like... The way they're going, it's like 50 or maybe even closer to 100 times the budget. Higher graphics. We're talking about a game where it's pushed by the community to accept that after each patch, you get 2 to 3 days of trash experience because of the bugs. And after each big release patch, it's okay that you can't play anymore as your device got power creep, or that you crash all the time and just can't play for a few days until devs fix their mess. Unless you play on the you play on the lucky few devices that work because they happen to develop on those. Exactly. This definitely gets the upvote there. If you want to know what people are, the same people who played ToF in the past with the agenda to kill Genshin, in fact the Genshin killer thing was coming from them. And also the reason why they hate this game so much is because they failed with their stupid agenda. These people also have similarity, which only play ToF on launch version 1.0. Them and Wu is also repeating the same agenda. The funny thing is, the producer admitted he's going to keep the game for 3 to 6 years, which will most likely be outlived by Genshin and outlived by ToF. Yeah. No, I'm guessing is they finish by year 3 and they just leave the servers running for 3 more years. And then EOS for a little while. That's probably where they're going. Especially because, like, by that time, Tencent funding will probably stop and they'll pivot to whatever other thing Tencent wants to push. They got, like, at least 2 projects upcoming to, like, replace it anyways. And then, like, they're like this, it's not the fault of the phone company, it's the fault of the phone companies, it's Nvidia's fault, it's your PS5's fault, mine's fine, it's your hardware's fault, buy a better one. The game is a great game, needs space, optimization is good, your GPU's fault for not being able to handle MOBA. Like a bra. The people think that presentation is not important, but in this world of gotchas it's essential. Breaks immersion, yeah. I'd argue with the narrative consistency is far more important than presentation. Yeah. Good writing can carry poor animation presentation, and great animation cannot carry a poorly written story. Yeah, that's why everyone fucking skips all the story in these, man. Because, like, they have, like, the animation and presentation, but the story itself is shit in a lot of them. So it's just like, no thanks. Right? And, like, you ask them after they play through it to give, like, a good summary of everything that happened, and, like, fully go over it. At best, they're only going to be able to point out whatever flashy cinematic or cutscene they saw. Like, in 90% of the time. That's all they're going to be able to talk about. They won't be able to talk about the actual dialogue and what the hell was actually going on between. They're not gonna be able to answer that. Right? Because the actual writing in the story is just really bad. No, it isn't anime. No, it isn't. Anime isn't a medium carried by huge budgets and graphics. Actually, it depends, because there are some really crazy high budget production studios they'd be surprised on. It's like a mix of both, because you do have a bunch of, like, cheaper, lower budget productions that you see pumped out all the time. But then, like, there are, like, some flashier, crazier, higher budget productions that are also just in the mix. That said, you're typically going to see some of those ones on the more mainstream ones there. And then, of course, yeah, like, there's the stuff that gets put into productions, like, in movies and stuff like that, right? Like, you cannot tell me, like, you go and watch, let's say, like, the Demon Slayer, like, or, like, the movie where they even had, like, movies and stuff like that made. Or, like, you go watch the freaking Pokemon, anime, specifically the movies and stuff like that, and tell me they had, like, a low production budget. When, like, you go and see the stuff they were doing. Even, like, the really old ones. They were doing stuff, like, way back. If you've seen, like, the really old ones. Like, they have, like, some of the older, like, earlier Pokemon movies. There's a lot of CGI animation in them that you can't even tell is CGI in a lot of their older ones. And there is some parts where, like, in some of those older movies, like, I'm talking about, like, the ones from, like, 20 plus years ago, where part of the illusion kind of breaks in certain parts. But like a large chunk of those were like, they had some pretty crazy stuff going on even then. With the animation that back then. Like, I'm talking like 20, 25 years ago. Like, really old stuff from them. Like, again, like, you can't tell me those were not done on a high budget. Because some of them are. But then you have other things too that work really well, despite being like, let's say like a lower budget and stuff like that people still like a lot of. Like what a lot of people probably don't know or probably didn't know of, what was it, Konosuba. That one. Right, the animation team and studio around that one, that was like a fresh one that propped up, and it was like, that one's like a really low budget production, but they made it work as well. Right, it just depends on like who's working on it and how competent they are. Because even then, you could have like some of the craziest budgets out there, but like, you know, you look at some of like the freaking game, like the freaking things like the quadruple A productions from like Skull and Bones and stuff from Ubisoft, where they've, you know, they said quadruple A because their budget's in the several billions. And you look at the disaster there. You sometimes can't just throw money at the problem either. That doesn't always work either. But yeah, hi there, Potox, and welcome. And indeed, but people ignore the most important focus point. ToF has a lot of broken dialogues, yep. Yeah, this is what they need to, like, eventually do, man. They need to eventually go back and clean up all this older stuff that's broken because of Tencent. Because Tencent was, like caused all these problems, man. They need to, like, go back and fix a lot of the older ones. They come back. The voice line's not matching. Yep. The Tencent special. There's definitely been better since Perfect World took over, but not perfect, of course. There's still some scuff. Nowhere close during the Tencent era. Like, they need to go back and, like, clean it up and fix it at one point. That's something, like, they need to, like, slowly figure out and do. Or rather, they should have done. What do you mean he's getting kicked out of the next 3-star cosmetic anchor? What? Bro, most of the time you see like these freaking anchors, people just let everyone in. First come, first serve. Go ham. The real ToF OGs who are honest with themselves will understand that what you're saying is absolutely correct. Level and polish ToF has is outstanding. If the Game Award had an award for most unpolished game, ToF will be a strong competitor. However, the ToF has something no other gacha game ever come close to. A bounded community, no other gacha game, you met people by moving around in the world. Open parties for raid crews and such. Yeah, because it's a fucking MMO. So you're gonna have these interactions. This is also why May, who spent over 12k on ToF, played over 3,000 hours, just can't quit. He spent 3k in Genshin and 1k hour playtime and just left it when the game direction was clearly not for me. And ToF direction was clearly trash, infinite milking direction since Nonyan, and yet I couldn't quit because of the memories. Okay. They compare MMO with RPG. Here's the problem though with a lot of these RPGs though for like the mobile stuff and the gachas there. Despite being an RPG, your progression isn't tied to like actually doing stuff as if you were playing an RPG. Because they're instead gated around its monetization and engagement systems instead. Right? Like, you go play Genshin or whatever, or really 99% of gacha games with RPG level up mechanics and everything. What is the way that you level up? How do you get your characters, like, leveled up? Right? How do you upgrade your skills? How do you upgrade or get weapons? Right? And, like, it's all tied to their freaking monetization model in all of these, and, like, a lot of these. And it's all tied in exclusively into trying to artificially draw your engagement. You can't just be like, okay, I want to just play all of it and like actually go do the thing. Maybe one day a week or whatever, and just do it at your own pace, or maybe like once a month or something like that. You can't do that in those games because they simply won't let you. You're not gonna get very far. At least not unless you start like hoarding up stamina pots or what's called, or energy pots or whatever. Or you're wailing on other things as well, like a wailing more stamina or energy or whatever, just to get around it. Right, and then you look at like their things like battle passes and stuff. They're not exactly the greatest of value, but then you realize just how scarce various different resources are in. Especially with how like a lot of them are just gated by, again, stamina and stuff like that. That they just sell them back to you to like effectively sell you a band-aid for a problem they created. That's kind of just how like a lot of those things end up playing out. Right, like you can't just be like, okay, I'm gonna go fight a bunch of things and okay, now I'm leveled up. And like be done with it that way. It's more like, okay, do you have stamina to go burn on whatever gives you the experience? Cool. Now go dump all your stamina to get the experience material. Then make sure you have the other currency material so you can use the experience item to level up. And if you don't have that, hope you have stamina to go farm that item too. Right? Because that's how it really works in like most of these. And it's like you realize what most of your time spent in those is not engaging with the actual game part itself, but engaging with the artificial gates that are meant to force artificial engagement rather than genuine gameplay. And that's part of what makes it a lot harder to like really enjoy playing a lot of these free-to-play games and stuff like that. And it's part of why people don't look at them in a favorable way. Because of those things are in there. If there's something that stood out once from those 3 games was Genshin character design, Wuwa for animation. Yeah, because like that's the thing, right? With Genshin and Wuwa, you're not talking about the actual game itself. You're talking about how it looks, not the actual thing you're interacting with. Because part of the problem is as well, those things, they train their users to basically avoid actually engaging with the game itself for as long as possible, and forces them and locks them into just doing chores so that they can maybe do whatever's next. But not at their own pace and not when they want. Alright. Can't speak about anything on gameplay or other systems. I've only been playing Warp on PC, and I'm sticking with it for now because it's a novel. I will probably bounce once the season ends. The main factor that's causing friction for me is the UI, not even the bugs, but actual deliberate design that is frustrating to engage with. Like, there are tons of situations where you can't even open the chat. I have a notepad of literally more than a dozen annoyances with it. The thing is that anyone that plays gacha mobile games sees nothing wrong with this, because all this is normal for them. It boggles my mind. I have no illusions. None of that is ever going to change. Yeah, the UI was made for CN players who don't chat, unfortunately. You can see in Gate's stream where he's spamming world chat and no one reply back to him. Which is really silly, because like, yeah. I mean, like, you go see it as well, like, how they treat the content and stuff in there, right? Part of the thing, too, it's like, it's hard to really think your just, like, see and think your accomplishments in any of these things mean anything, when at the end of the day, you can just go swipe for more power and then move on with your day. At the same time, though, you end up in the slippery slope where, to a certain extent, the developers of there will take advantage of that to try to ease you further and further into swiping more and more to go and do that. Right, and like it also leans into part of why I view things like endgame content and a lot of them, specifically the single player ones, as a scam. Because like the thing is too, they get you in, they get you hooked on like the whole gambling aspect to go pull for the latest character or whatever. Right? So like, you know, you have players tricked into the mindset of they need to go get every single piece of the currency that they can get that's available to them. And then every time they get it, they get like this like small hit of dopamine, and then they go freaking gamble with the thing in there. But then it's like they don't take a step back and look at, okay, why are they doing it, and would they do it if that wasn't even put there in the first place? Because I'm pretty sure I can put a nice bet on if you told people that things like all those primo gems, asteroids, or whatever was completely removed from all the endgame content and it was moved elsewhere, and you just did the endgame content because you wanted to do it, I get the feeling that nobody would do it. The same thing with the exploration. Can you imagine, right? If you told someone and asked them, like, if they removed all primo gems from every single exploration activity in Genshin and just put it somewhere else for you to just get it, would you still interact and engage with it? Like, if you were to ask them that, I wonder how many of them would answer yes to that kind of question. And it's the same thing again with its asteroids or whatever other open world thing will do that, right? Like, if they suddenly just didn't do that anymore, would they still engage with it? Would they still do it? Right? Or are they just bribing themselves to, into doing it because they're after that dopamine hit? Because, like, for me, it's like, when I started, like, just take a step back and look at it for what it is, and then look at, okay, do I enjoy my time spent on doing this thing? Why am I doing it for this? And then I'm measuring it versus, like, the actual value of time. Because that's the one thing that you can never get back, right? You can always get more money, you can always get more currency in this and that and the other thing, right? But, like, with time, once you use it, you'll never get it back. You cannot get more time. Right? So when you think about it that way, it's like, okay, so then how do I be more efficient with it? Or how else do I want to use this time? What else do I want to do? And that's like a different type of approach in there to like look at. It's part of why as well for me. Like if I can like automate things that I don't like doing, or I can handle things like that, I will do it, you know? I will, like, do stuff like that. Heck, if I couldn't do a lot of the, like, I couldn't automate most of the stuff I do in Duet Night Abyss, like, most of the process there. Because no way in hell am I farming all this stuff manually for all these things here. Like, the fact that I can at least somewhat automate 90% of this and just have to occasionally just click onto the thing to claim it to just send it to go do more, it makes it a lot more palatable for me because, well, frankly, when I'm actually doing that part of the game, it's not really that enjoyable, and it's just honestly super tedious and kind of just boring and annoying. At least in my perspective. But hey, if you like it, more power to you. That's fine, right? You do you. But, you know, the fact that I can at least use an Android emulator to, like, manipulate parts of it and automate a decent chunk of the process, it goes a long way. It's not perfect, but it goes a long way. Oh, what was the thing I needed to farm again? For one of these wedges. Oh, it's the Siren's Wings inspo. Right. We'll let that just AFK. We'll go back to the thing there. I'm gonna end up macro AFKing that later. Because I need a ton of those wedges. Alright, here. If you want to quit ToF so bad, but you're emotionally attached to it, it's your favorite trash game that you can't leave. Okay. What made them come back? They're addicted, the controls on consoles are awful, and the nonsense currencies push away many, but Warped is eating up all their free time. Okay. They decided to try the new Warp servers. The game is full of bug, confusing UI, controller support is shit. To actually do something, you need to always use a mouse. They really enjoyed Chapter 1 Asparagus Story, but only because you like to do secondary missions before the main one. They tried combat training, it was confusing what button to press, because the game became bugged and showed me only skills without explanations. Only on 3 or 4 it's showing tooltips, but it's much more bug in the Vera world. Okay. Sure. It's more of a mixed thing there, honestly. The problem with Duet Night Abyss, though, again, like, the grind is extremely boring and tedious, man. There are some interesting parts in there, it's just the grind part is just ass. I still dread having to, like, to do the Mystic Maze part. Because, like, again, last patch, I farmed all of the Mystic Maze wedges. I maxed them out till a +7 with the extra spare. I still have to go do it again, get them all to +8, and then go keep it going. What they need to do is, like, with Duet Night Abyss, it's not so much that I'm really enjoying it all that much, it's more so that I see potential there, and I at least want to give it some time. Right? Because I want to see if they can change it or, like, actually fix the things in there. Right? Because at least there is something to build up on. There's the foundation there. The problem is, like, right now they just have a junk shed on top of the foundation rather than building a nice house. But, like, if they clean things up and, like, actually build up on what they have and just take advantage of what they do have there, it can be a lot better than it is right now. Alright. Yeah, I pretty much covered every single part except for the new story right now. Right, because, like, again, the same thing too, like, there's a lot of things that can be fixed by tweaking a lot of stuff, and there are ways to tweak things in a way to make everyone happy. Because, like, on one end, right, a part of the thing scales up, and it's like, when you have, if you've been farming for a while, yeah, things become too easy, because you're too strong and you're nuking everything. But on the other hand, there's also people who may come in and are trying the game or whatever, and trying to get to a certain point, but then the thing ends up scaling too hard for them if you adjust the tuning towards the latter portion of the player, and, like, completely ignoring and isolating the initial part. When the real solution is, keep all the old parts in there, instead of resetting some of those modes, just build on top and add more on top as a thing for people to continue on for, so that everyone else at the bottom can still get everything. Right? But yeah. Yeah, the fixed stuff for the gacha player is very simple. Spend the money on ads, and the CC will create content, no drama. Focus on the story. Remove skip button, as simple as that. It's not really just remove the skip button they need to do, they need to clean up the older story segments. Like, a lot of the older voice lines from the 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and most of 4.0, they need to go back and redo a lot of the voice recordings and clean up the script a bit. Just clean it up. Right? Some of the dialogue boxes get, like, a bit boring in certain parts. That part needs to be cleaned up, and then from there, after that, then they can do all the other stuff on top. Because at the end of the day, especially if people are going in the warp server, they're gonna see everything in order anyways. And I don't think there's, like, anything wrong with that. But, you know, if they're still not happy with the experience there, that's its own other problem too. You don't want to, like, add extra points of failures to then dogpile on top of the problem before you, like, do that part there. That said, though, it's going to be, you know, it's not going to be an easy commitment, right? It's going to be a lot of work to do that. But again, like, they're going to have to, like, go after a different group of players as well. Because, like, the reality is, too, like, a lot of the CCs or whatever doing the gacha stuff as well, they don't actually play this stuff anyways. And honestly, with how a lot of those gacha games and stuff are, I don't blame them, because personally I wouldn't want to play them either. Let's be real. That said, they're doing it mostly because they have other incentives behind it, and that's part of why they also have account managers, just so they can isolate themselves even further, while still having enough to keep doing what they're doing. A lot of them do that. Oh yeah, of course, a lot of them just don't. But at the same time, you shouldn't get those type of people in there either, right? Here's the thing, right? I think like a good example I've like used before, right? You, like, if you have, like, if you're opening, let's say, a restaurant, right? Let's say your restaurant serves primarily meat-based dishes, and you want to bring someone over to, like, make reviews and sponsor them to show off your thing as an ad. You're probably not going to go get a vegan to go and do that. The problem is, they keep basically showing it to vegans and not the actual customer base that they're targeting. They're going after the wrong people, right? So like, you know, it's like ToF, for example. Let's pretend they're a steakhouse, right? They have all sorts of different cuts of steak on the menu. They have a bunch of appetizer sides that you can go eat with your steak, and you know, maybe they happen to have a salad, you know, that you can get on the side. But then they go and get a vegan to come in and go and look at it. You know, the only thing that's going to appeal to the vegan is maybe that salad that you have on the side that isn't like your main focus or whatever. And they're gonna just completely ignore everything because, you know, the vegan's not gonna give a shit about a steak. Doesn't matter how perfectly cooked it is. Doesn't matter if it's like your A5 Wagyu cut, you know. Really, really nice cut of steak. They're not gonna give a shit because they're not gonna eat it. And the problem is, a lot of the times when they got sponsored and stuff like that, and the things they brought in to look at it, well, they were basically bringing vegans into a steakhouse. Right? You wouldn't bring vegans to a steakhouse. You wouldn't. They're not gonna like it there. They're not gonna like or eat most of the stuff they have to offer. Yeah, they don't care. They're gonna say it's incomplete. Yeah. They're gonna say it like they don't care and they're gonna act as if it was a complete content. But that's the problem too. They need to like also do something about whoever is like managing the stuff in there and do a bit more research on each of the potential people like they're gonna reach out to do the sponsors. And like really try to figure out if they're interested or not. If they're really going to put in the time, if they're gonna care or not. Right? Because again, the thing is as well, what's funny is like, at the end of the day, a lot of them are pretty hypocritical as well with how they act as well. Which is its own other mess or disaster, but it is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, like, the reality is there's a set of things that they probably should not bring in, should not, you know, advertise or whatever. And then there's also a lot of them as well that are like pretending to do X or Y thing and propping X or Y thing out more so for clout rather than anything else. There's like that aspect to it as well. Right, again, like a lot of them are just not gonna engage with the actual main core stuff in the first place. But yeah, it is what it is. Damn, there's weirdos PvPing here. Who eats struggles, yep. That's his own thing there. They see more as cowardice. Honestly, every game just follows Genshin's success and ends up dying together in the same red ocean. ToF survived because it was different. It even became a model that's a lot of other games ended up copying. Yep. They're just playing the game they like. It's not like they're chasing trends just to get validation. Yep. Yeah, people are okay with coasting at 200k, whatever. Sure, this is the weirdo. I'm pretty sure I banned this guy from chat before because he was like trying to prop up something else before. I think it was like either, like I think it was like a YouTube site or whatever. Like at one point, like I clicked in, I saw their profile, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I banned one of his accounts. And linked to his socials or whatever. A while ago. Because like one of the names in there looks familiar to something I probably banned at one point. Well, I mean, he's just there to like freaking PvP or do whatever in there. That's his own other mess. It is what it is. Alright, what's this one? Most hated? Noticeably better after they changed the publisher. Stuttering and lag were just normal. Now optimize is so good it's almost shocking. The only thing that was weird is localization. Yeah. It's quite made him bad, but they improved the voice acting. Though the English dub was bad because of other gacha games you played, but now thanks to games like this thing, you can say for sure it's definitely the studio director's fault. Yep. Pretty much.
Salvageable bits and bobs lying around?
Alright, let's see. How's it on PS5? Decent once you get used to the controls. I don't know. I don't have a PlayStation 5. I own the chip. I have a chip of a PS5, but I don't own a PS5. Alright. I think the game was overhated, but then sadly deserved it due to the power creep. Again, clueless thing. Warp server, no power creep, but still hated. Where can you play it? With server up, they said. There's two versions. Regular server gives out a lot of free stuff, pretty chill. And there's a warp server, which is more true MMO, meant for people who have time to play. You can farm items and trade them with other players in game. Both versions have improved a lot lately, just pick the one you like. Yeah, it's just on the server list. Both versions have reasons to exist, play the one you like. I try to downplay embarrassment of other game, but the fact that you can say the budget difference is more than 10 times. I mean, it's a lot more than 10 times. It's, depending on the thing, it's getting closer to 100 times. Yeah, I wonder why people are downvoting. The post got plenty of 1,000 likes today. Yeah, I don't know. Well, they recently released a character named Nanto, yep. Alright, no hate. They started in 2022, came back 2025. All the cutscenes on your phone, especially the very first one, are studying. A total turnoff wouldn't have made one had not pushed you to ignore it. Come 2025, both your warp and gacha accounts are freezing in bizarre. I have no idea how to fix them. That said, first impressions last, and most people aren't like me who give it a second chance. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on with that area of Domain 9. It's like weird. Comparison was unnecessary. Like, what are you you're doing what you love to do most. PvP other games. Just highlighting this thing, lower budget. Just 200 devs compared to others, like a 2,000 plus. Okay. Sure. They didn't make any comparisons, or they create a video comparing the two games. I didn't mention any game besides ToF itself, but I noticed the community felt that post. I mean, you didn't mention anything though. Right, when someone talk about optimization, most of them just straight up work fine with me, your issue. Especially if they know you play Hoya games, become more aggressive. Heck, even some of the beast setup also facing these optimization issues. Yep. Amazing how this thread managed to attract the bloodlust infested people who have beef against the game. Beef? Most of us are curious about the statements are true. Some say it's true, some it's not. I tend to believe the ones with proof of screenshots.
Some bobs lying around?
Oh boy. What's this? Okay. Nepo babies, at the end of the day, stop comparing and PvPing the fucking communities. All of them are imperfect, that's fine, they're not meant to be. If you enjoy your game, just enjoy it. You'll never understand people's incessant need to white knight their favorite game, talk down the other one. It's stupid. Games are meant to have fun, but it seems like people nowadays think they're meant to be compared like meat at a prize show. A long time ago, but not because of the game, but because of the publisher. The game was thing performance sucked, lost 95 player base. Better now, absolutely. It's incredible with a lot to see and do, but it has to suffer for years. Yeah, World War 3 optimization sucks. Nobody can deny that. Runs fine on the 3070 for some. With 40 or 50 rigs, it stutters like mad. I've heard PS5 runs like absolute dog water, although that also depends on the PS5 Pro later manufactured PS5s or the base model. Yeah, because there is like a different revision of like the PS5. There's like 2 revisions. There's like a later revision of the PS5 where it had the node shrink on the die. And then there's like the original PS5 release. But yeah. And then there's also like the PS5 Pro. There's like 3 different variants of the PS5 of like the actual chipset on there. I don't know which one's the one that has the problem though. Because like I know that like the 2 different variants of the main regular PS5, they have the same box. Because like there was a point where like they got a node shrink at TSMC when manufacturing the chip. So like they were able to get it slightly smaller, which made it a little bit cheaper to manufacture the silicon wafers and all that. But yeah. Alright, let's see. There's many reasons why it's the best open world last year. There's like nothing in their open world, man. People just praise the fact that they let you skip through it faster. But sure. Genshin, the next one people love to compare, it's more casual than anything else. 6.0 SQL needed for years and the story's drastically improved. They all have the merits. Okay, sure. Oh yeah, there's that one. Where's the Tuhu post? They wish this one could be pinned. Okay, last 4 defending it. You're wrong. It's 5, not 4. Don't make the mistake again. Okay, sure. Here comes the Weathering Waves community. 90% of their content creators in all forums about how their game is better than other game, but they're not actually touching it, man. Yellow one. They're all bad apples. Okay. Damn, and then you got the people PvPing here. Of course. But as fickle as gacha players are, they will all be playing Enfield by the end of the month. And then they're all gonna get filtered out by Enfield at the end of the month too. If that's how they act, they're just gonna get filtered out anyways. The Doom post about performance is dumb, and they have been caught botting stuff, but that's its own other thing. It's laggy free. I'm like, what the fuck, you're playing on 3060 laptop? I don't know, like, the freaking optimization can be all over the place. Regarding saying 40k players Steam otherwise, because the patch came out. Okay. They're PvPing over Wua's terrible optimization in the wrong Discord now. What the fuck? Yeah, technically speaking, the 4070 Ti Super isn't high-end. The problem is Nvidia pushed up the pricing so high that you think it's high-end. But if you look at, like, historically how, like, GPUs are compared on the die size and everything, like, if we followed the way, like, Nvidia would price things, like, 10 years ago, actually, even back during the 10 series, the 4070 Ti Super would have been, like, a 300, maybe at most a $400 graphics card. Like, not the, you know, not the 750 when it came out. And they originally wanted to sell it at $1,000. Of course I know, of course I'm right, because I bought graphics cards back in that era. I remember how much I paid for my GTX 1080. And I remember it so well because Amazon fucked up when I ended up with 2 of them. And ran SLI for a while. But yeah. Okay, wait. They don't actually play the game? You think these people know what you're saying? All they know is ToF Power Creep back as 6 said so, yep. Okay, sure. Well, it is what it is there. Most of them be complaining about the large download size. I don't know. I don't deal with other stuff there. It's really weird though, like they just randomly start PvPing in here. It's like, what the hell are they doing? He gets his own mess there. It's like, what the hell are they doing PvP in there? Did they hit the cap? Oh no, you still get them everywhere, including mini bosses. Yeah, I still get some drops. I don't know, I haven't really been farming that Rift Note. I haven't farmed them. Well, I haven't farmed Rift Note shards in a long time. But I still get drops of them. But yeah. It's a mess with them, man. Right? They don't like take a step back and look at what everything that's going on around them. And they just keep fighting and arguing over stuff in there. To an extent, at some point, like there's just no point in even bothering to try to fight them. Because all you're gonna be doing is just dragging yourself down to their level. The problem is when you get dragged down to the level of them, you will lose because you'd have no way to compete with their level of stupidity. Because unlike you, they're professionals at it. Right, whatever that, there was like a saying on that was like a quote or something. Alright then, I wish him luck with that. To an extent, it's not really worth it. Alright, cool, we get trace points. I need those. Yep. I mean, like, I'm not happy with the shit in Genshin 2, man, but I left. And I'm, like, just not gonna touch it again unless I get sponsored or whatever. And then maybe I'll consider just doing whatever the sponsor is. If I ever get to that point. Which I highly doubt will happen. I see. I mean, here's the thing, right? What I would probably do, I would only just cover the amount that I would need to. If I'm gonna have to lie, I won't bring it up. That's the thing, right? So then you don't lie, you just don't mention it. And like the thing is too, if I ever get sponsored like that, just like what I did the last time I got sponsored, which was like a long while ago for something. Obviously, I would be marking it and flagging it as sponsored. I mean, I'd have to do it for legal reasons anyways. Like, legally, I'd have to do it. But it really just depends on their terms. Obviously, I would, like, look through it first. But I feel like that's the only way, like, I would even bother touching something from them again. Because, like, everything from them, they all kind of have varying different issues that I'm just not great with. Like, I'm not willing to really tolerate that much of. But they're also, a lot of the issues are also consistent between everything they have. But yeah. If that's the case, then, like, I'm just gonna be like, no. I thought it'd be more like, hey, if they, like, do it in this side, it's like, don't mention other games. And that's like, cool, I won't mention other things. Like, that'd be fine with me. Like, as a temporary thing, like, don't mention other things. And, like, I'm perfectly fine and okay with that. Right? Because, like, you're supposed to be pushing one thing and advertising one thing, not the other. So, like, when things like that happen, it's like, yeah, sure, makes sense. You know? This one is just a house. I just need to get to 1600 then. So, like, I guess it, like, depends on how they would structure it. Obviously, I would read it first. Because some of them, like, it's just more like, it's just to cover one thing, show the thing for X amount of time, talk about the talking points, showcase the thing off. If it's like that, then cool. If they want me to talk about other stuff, then no. That's like a no. Like, you can get, like, I would call it like this, right? You can pay for airtime, but you can't pay for what I'm saying. Like, you can't pay for an opinion, but you can pay for an ad read and airtime. And I would basically treat it as like airtime as an ad read. But yeah. Hi there, Chikarax. Welcome. I see. Well, have fun making the videos out there. Right, hope you and your friend have fun with that. All sorts of things you guys can do in there. I do wonder though when they're gonna get like the what's it called? What's that place called again? Working. Because for some reason you can't play Mahjong and the other thing. I don't know why. Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean what's up with my voice? Oh wait, my microphone stand is just vibrating a bit. But yeah, what do you mean? Let's see. Grab that one. That's just my voice with this mic. I don't exactly have the best everything set up. But yeah. And there's that too. I'm still a bit sick. Okay. I'll take the Lumiseed one. That depends on the game. That depends. Because there are some games that will just have the audio keep playing for some reason and just pause whatever's on the screen. I've seen that too. It depends on how the thing is set up. As weird and bizarre as that is. I don't know. I don't think that's your GPU that's an issue, but rather RPG Maker that's an issue. I don't know, I've never really used RPG Maker. So I can't really say. Well, it might be good though, like, to see if like they have like a Discord or something, and talk to people like who are using that version of RPG Maker if they have like a Discord or something. You might be able to get a better answer there, because I've never used it, so I would have no idea if that's like by design or not. Or just a weird quirk of the application or whatever. Because like that is also possible. It looks like what? This is Duet Night Abyss, the current game you're seeing right now. Oh, I see. Yeah, try asking there. I see. I'm guessing it's just not optimized for AMD. Or it could be an AMD issue. I don't know. But it also could be a Windows issue too. Ever played what? Oh, you mean Warframe? I've never played Warframe, but I've heard of it. Yeah, I've heard people saying it like this is like anime Warframe. But I've never played Warframe. Look at that crafted. It could be their graphics or it could be their drivers. I don't know. I haven't used an AMD graphics card in a long time. Yeah, like the last time I used an AMD graphics card in like my main system was like was what? The Radeon 290. Man, I wish this was like different set of missions. I'd have to like wait for like the next patch. Because like I'd rather do a more efficient farming mission. Expulsion in this mantle run character right now. I mean, I don't know what's their laptop and what's their situation there. So like, I wouldn't be able to say anything because I wouldn't know. Alright. Exactly. Not all laptops are creative equal. Even if the laptops have the same specs, not all of them are equal either. Just because, like, you might see two laptops with the same specs. Like, even if they're from the same manufacturer, if they're a different model number, despite having the same everything else, they might not even be the same either. Because of just how little they mean with how loose they can be with that. Hey Kumake, you're doing fine. How you doing? We're constantly getting broken Duet Night Abyss though while trying to craft the wedges that we farmed the other day. I want to at least get all the other stuff done first, and then we'll go over that. Yeah, I'm gonna need to get a bunch of defense things done at some point. I don't know which prime wedge I want to get from there.
Who's the target today?
The butterflies just fluttered over with an invitation. It told me there's a midsummer ball in the woods full of violet tricolor.
Yeah, these new wedges are kind of a pain to get. It never stops, man. It never stops. But yeah, these two are almost at plus 10. And then I need to also get that thing fully crafted. Ah, nice. Daily resets in an hour. Cool, cool, cool. I guess I should do my captures. Just to see what I got.
Let's go to corners of the world I've never seen. The target this time is highly battle-wise and has a robot that enhances.
Like, I do have like my fair share of crystals and everything here too.
The target has been knocked out. Now seize them before they recover and escape. Quest accomplished. Let's get out of here.
You know, I still don't fully know and understand how the bonus things trigger works. All I know is if I see the stupid Luno thingy, I just restart it. Instead of even bothering to clear it.
Let's go to corners of the world I've never seen.
Or am I just after the genie mon?
And is not only good at hiding themselves, they can also confuse their opponents by using identical-looking decoys. Don't let them deceive. The target has been knocked out. Now seize them before they recover and escape. Quest accomplished.
And I wish they would get rid of the Luno Lulu one.
It's okay.
It's so worthless.
Here's a flower for you.
The Luno Lulu commission thing, like, or not commission, bonus is so bad.
Let's go to corners of the world I've
Because she doesn't give anything of value.
The target this time excels its death and is not only
And it's just pure troll when she just pops up.
also confusing opponents by using identical-looking decoys. The target has been knocked out. Now seize them before they recover and quest accomplished. Let's get out of here.
But yeah, it's just faster to restart the stage and exit out than it is to go finish it. so I don't finish it. I just go and like restart it. Because it's faster.
Corners of the world I've never seen. The target this time is great at armed assault.
What a big brain strat, right?
Gun stocks. For a life ablaze. Target is being knocked out. Now seize them before they recover. Quest accomplished. Let's get out
Damn, it really doesn't want to give me a Genie Mon.
here. Here's a flower for you.
What do you mean?
Let's go.
I go for the fastest way.
World I've never seen.
Hey, am I gonna do the capture thing, right?
Target this time
I'm going after what I want.
is not only good at hiding themselves,
And if it's faster to just restart the thing,
now.
then I will do that.
For the peace that will come one day. The target has been knocked out. Now seize them before they recover. Quest accomplished. Let's get out of here.
Right, no Genie Mon. Because otherwise it would have popped up. And exit's like right there.
It's okay. Here's a corners of the world I've never seen. The target this time excels at stealth, and is not only good at hiding themselves, they can also confuse their opponents by using identical-looking decoys. Don't let them deceive you. The target has been knocked out. Now seize them before they recover and escape. Quest accomplished. Let's get out of here. It's okay.
Yeah, it's supposed to be, but then...
Let's go. To corners of the world I've never seen. The target this time is highly battle-wise and has a robot that enhances their abilities. Uh-oh! We've been spotted by the enemy! Hey, burn in the sunshine. The target has been knocked out. Now seize them before they recover and quest accomplished!
Damn, it's like not spawning any Genie Mons. How many runs has that been now?
It's okay. Here's a flower for you. Let's go. To corners of the world I've never seen.
Okay, 7900X. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on then. Maybe their Windows install or something is borked.
And is not only good at hiding themselves, they can also confuse their opponents by using identical-looking decoys. Don't let
Right,
them
because like
deceive
7900 GRE,
you from the cocoon.
like that's like on the higher end of the previous generation. And then also 7900X.
Now seize them before they recover.
Right, that's on the higher end CPUs from the AMD stack.
Accomplished. Let's get out of here.
So something tells me there's something else wrong. Is it just the thing in there, or is it like other stuff as well?
It's okay. Here's a flower for you.
Because they could also have other issues too with other things. But I don't know.
Let's go. To corners of the world I've never seen. The target this time is highly battle-wise and has a robot that enhances their abilities. The explosive robot can self-destruct, so be careful. For a life ablaze. Target has been knocked out. Seize them before they recover. Quest accomplished. Let's get out of here.
Nope, nothing there.
It's okay. world I've never seen.
I swear, it's like not spawning any genie mons for me.
And has a robot that enhances their ability. Thought we hit wow. Let's sort them out quickly.
Yeah, I doubt that's the case.
Target has been knocked
I highly doubt it.
Seize them before they recover. Quest accomplished. Let's get out of here.
Though I know AMD's GPUs are kind of borked when it comes to encoding stuff. But I also don't know what the hell their OBS settings are. Because they have the 7900. Honestly, with the 7900X, they should just do like CPU encoding if they don't understand what they're doing. Because it's better than the AMD GPU encoder.
Let's go. To corners of the
No, that has nothing to do with it. If they're having issues like this, I highly doubt that's the case. Because for like the weird memory clock thingy on Ryzen, you would have to like do that on purpose and like intentionally be like doing like RAM overclocking. I highly doubt it's that. But that's also not what you want either.
Here's a flower.
No, like nothing should be there. There's like nothing here that you need to be paying attention to. Oh, they're missing another pro and con. They're missing another one. They're missing another con. AMD's video encoder is dog shit. If you use AMD's media encoder. That's like another con that's missing on there. Like it doesn't output correctly.
Target has been knocked out. Now seize them before they recover and escape. Quest accomplished. Let's get out of here.
Because they do. The cons on the AMD cards, they kind of outweigh the pros. Especially because like when you go and buy them, like they're basically Nvidia pricing plus or minus 5%. But like they're not worth the price they ask for it for the amount you give up. Especially if you need it for like working on certain types of things, like it's not worth it. Even more so if you have to do, like if you do video production work, or you need CUDA or something to accelerate whatever program you're running.
Target has been knocked out. Now seize them before they recover and escape. Quest accomplished. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, after all those runs, I'm not getting any genie mons. Something tells me capture is borked from here. Something tells me that. You know, it's not the ray tracing thing. Obviously, if you don't have it set up, it's not gonna matter. Right, like... something that you don't have implemented won't like, do anything in there. It won't change anything. So, like, yeah. It's not the ray tracing. That's for sure. Yeah, because like AMD's ray tracing on that generation of stuff isn't great. It's like pretty scuffed.
Feel lost without my account. Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
Alright, we just keep AFKing this thing.
I feel lost without my account. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
Yeah, like the thing is with like AMD cards, they haven't exactly just put out something that's like worthwhile since the since the 290 series, since the Hawaii architecture of cards.
I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around. Let's finish this quickly. I have tons of chores waiting for me at home.
So, this commission is a...
But honestly, like they might have to like just what run display driver, uninstall or DDU, uninstall the graphics drivers, then reinstall it manually. It could just be AMD driver problem. Because like that's what I'm thinking it is. It just sounds like they might just have like AMD driver problem.
Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
Leave them all to me. I'll see if I can find any salvageable bits and bobs lying around.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's finish this quickly.
Again, like I haven't really used an AMD graphics card on Windows and whatever for in a long ass time. Thanks for the follow though as well, actually official. Alright, cool, that's the last blueprint I needed, a Rain Wraith.
How much was it?
Now I can like slowly and finally get that
I'll see if I can find
weapon maxed. I just need to farm all the other materials. Aye, sir. Oh, those are done. And we'll just leave that as is. All the other stuff later. I need to get some sleep. We've been live for like over 4.5 hours and I'm tired. We didn't last as long as we did yesterday. We went for like, what was it, like 9 hours or something? Over more than 9 hours. But I need to get off soon. And we'll just continue on again tomorrow. Alright, I've just been like farming and working on getting all these wedges crafted so I can get this thing at like fully maxed out. But that's gonna take some time. Right, that's gonna take some time, so we'll let it do that. Nah, I don't have issues with VSync. I really wish they would like make the stages you farm though a lot more enjoyable, because a lot of the time it's just kind of boring. And I mostly just semi-AFK them. But yeah, I'll see you guys again next time though, at least. Right, it's almost 4:30 AM. But yeah, as usual though, thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. Alright then. See you guys. See ya.